right. Welcome everyone to the May 6th, 2014 Shakopee City Council meeting, and call the meeting to order. And Mr. Peniel, could you please note the roll?
Noted, thank you.
All right, we all stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, item number 3, approval of the agenda from council members. Do we have any additions or corrections to the agenda this evening? Entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Councilor Lehman?
Agenda.
Second by Councilor Mokel. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, item number 4, consent business. Any items to remove from consent this evening? Councilor Lehman,
Motion to pass consent business as presented.
do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Luce. Any discussion? Mr. McNeil, could you please read the consent business?
Mayor, item 4A adopts resolution 7445, amending the city's personnel handbook for employees regarding pre-employment screenings. 4B adopts resolution number 7444, accepting the bids and awarding a contract for 2014 street reconstruction project number 2014-1 to William Mueller and Sons, Inc., and further authorizes a 5% contingency amount for use by the city engineer and authorizes change orders or quantity adjustments. 4C approves the payments of bills and electronic transfers in the amount of $1,132,878.49. 4D adopts resolution number 7447, accepting the donation of safety fence at Tapa Park from the Shakopee Men's Softball Association. 4E appoints Councilor Mike Luce and Economic Development Coordinator Samantha DiMaggio as the 2 city representatives on the Main Street Shakopee Steering Committee. And 4F adopts resolution number 7446, amending the pay plan for part-time, temporary, and seasonal employees to reflect a change in state law regarding minimum wage.
Very well done. Any discussion? Councilor Luce.
On the street reconstruction, I'm hoping that we can do a little better job with the residents being able to park on grass if they have to. I had that problem last year. The street is supposed to be accessible, but when they put down sugar sand and as for a base and try driving on it, it doesn't work very well.
All right.
And I've had a few residents in my area that where they're going to be affected. It's going to be on a corner, so their access is going to be very limited. So, you know, just if we could send something out to them that so they know if they need to park on their lawn, they're not going to get a ticket, at least during the construction time.
All right.
I think that would be a benefit.
Have you talked to Mr. Loney about it?
Last year I did on my situation, and I'm just
Okay.
bringing it up so that maybe they can do the same this year.
Councilor Lehman?
Mayor, when we first talked about the projects, the police chief was here and was telling us that they don't enforce it in the construction zone during that period of time, so I feel pretty comfortable with that.
Yeah, I just, so the residents know that they're not parking 2 blocks away when they don't have to.
Right.
Perfect. Any further discussion? Yes.
The mechanic that their assistant mechanic that they want to hire, I'm hoping they get someone that's in the program at the high school so that we, get somebody that's very interested in that, so they will be there to learn and not just to collect a paycheck.
Mr. Mayor, that's been the design of this particular program. It's always been a high school student, so
Perfect.
we'll note that.
All right. Thank you. Any further discussion? Are you sure?
Yep.
Last chance?
Okay.
All right, no further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 5, recognition of involved citizens by City Council. Anyone have an item they'd like to discuss tonight that is not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6, business removed from the agenda. There is none this evening. And item number 7, this is a joint workshop meeting between, at least the first part, between Shakopee Public Utilities and Shakopee City Council, and they need to call their meeting to order. So President Hellkamp.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will call to order Shakopee Public Utilities Commission joint meeting with the City of Shakopee for May 6, 2014. Please note the roll. And with that, the commission members, we do need to approve the agenda, so I will entertain a motion. Bill?
Mr. President, I move to approve the agenda as stated.
Very well. Terry?
I'll second.
Second by Terry Yost. Discussion? 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 Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The agenda is approved, and we'll go back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, sir. What's the best way to facilitate this meeting, Mr. McNeil? Just go down the items, or do we?
I believe so. We don't have extensive presentations, either myself or Mr. Crooks. We can certainly give you some background information, but the intent is that we can have both bodies discuss these issues, and if we can find some solutions or just identify what the issues are, we can proceed from there. Do you have anything?
No,
John,
we
you
can
wanna
just
do-
take the items as they're listed and
All right.
begin the discussion, and hopefully the boards can discuss.
Beautiful. Well, yeah, I just want to thank everybody for getting together for this meeting. I think these are extremely good for us all to have together because there's obviously a significant amount of overlap between everybody's organization and how we all get work done for the residents. And so look forward to the different discussions we're going to have this evening. So item number 7A is power outage notification options.
Mr. Mayor, I think this came up actually earlier this year from the city council and was relayed to Shakopee Public Utilities, and the concern was that there are times that when there are power outages, I know there's one on Christmas, there was another storm in January or February, that residents that rate Shakopee SPUC customers were not aware of how long these were going to be out, and was there something that might be done to better notify folks as to the extensiveness of it. This was discussed with, or I know the commission discussed it, and I'll turn it over to John in terms of what you found.
Yeah, what I did as far as background material on this issue, this is actually the exact same memorandum,
Can
and
you pull your microphone closer? Sorry.
Okay.
Thanks. I get yelled at if that doesn't. Just so everybody knows, I get yelled at in case
On
people
you.
aren't talking in their microphone well enough.
yelled at, so feel free. But this is actually the memorandum and the background materials that was supplied to the commission as we met on this at our second meeting that we had in March. So beyond that, I just provided this for background. As indicated with the board, if they'd like to discuss that we said we would come back in May with a follow-up with more information on the different types of outage notification that is available. And so that's planned for the second meeting in May, so we don't have anything definite to say at this time. But one of the things I could say that I'm actually proposing to the commission, there's been a change, and they would like to proceed with some type of outage notification. But I think at a minimum, I would be proposing that we have real-time updates on our website. We have tracked, and included in this is some of the analytics that we see off our website, and quite a few people do visit that during the outages. And so, like I said, at a minimum of that, but we'll be presenting different materials and costs on different outage notifications at the meeting in 2 weeks.
Beautiful. Anyone have questions or comments or concerns? I think we've got microphones figured out here. Councilor Lehman.
Mayor, the last power outage that we had, well, first, let me just state to the commission that all the information that you gave us, I briefed through it, but you know, I just as soon give it to you guys. That's kind of your forte, not mine. But from a residential user, the last storm, the question that I had was, how long should I expect it to be down? That's really all I wanted to know. If it's gonna be longer than 6 hours, I'm gonna run an oxygen tank down to my mom maybe and do some things. If it's gonna be 4 hours, I'm gonna light a candle or relax, you know, cause nothing's really gonna happen in 4 hours, even at 30 below zero. Your house is not gonna freeze up or anything. So I'm not looking for anything drastic about where it's at, why it's out, anything like that. I'm looking for a time. That's really all I'm concerned with. And I recognize it's hard for the utilities to pinpoint how long it's gonna take to fix it, especially in them kind of conditions when the snow's flying and the winds are blowing and the trucks are having a hard time getting there or whatever. So I would kind of steer you toward a path that it's not committal, it's more of, you're aware of it, estimated timeline is, you know, pretty broad, more to follow. Cause then you can always update it later and say, you know, we've narrowed it down or something. I know in the past we had conversations about being too specific about this neighborhood where you're kind of telegraphing to would-be bad guys to, this is the place to go rob or whatever. So I'm looking at it from a standpoint of having the information accessible so those that want to know can know, or that are affected can find out so they can plan accordingly. You know, that's really all I'm looking for. If I know it's gonna be out for 2 days, I'm gonna pull a generator out and heat the house if it's winter time.
And along with that, I just want to say that storm that night, the response and the repairs for getting that fixed was phenomenal. I mean, there's nothing that people could have asked for of it to have been any better and faster that evening for getting those repairs done. And every time there have been issues or concerns, it's always been extremely fast, and the response has been great. And the downtimes across the city have been minimal, and phenomenal. So it's not the downtimes whatsoever. It's just the communication with residents and us. So exactly like Matt was talking about, we know exactly, not exactly, that we have a good idea whether it's going to be 4 hours or 24 hours to get something fixed. Because in the middle of a blizzard, you have no idea what's going on. So we don't have. I had moms with little kids calling me to see if they should be going to the grandma's house in Eden Prairie, and I'm like, absolutely not. Just stay home in the middle of a blizzard. It's not a good idea to get out. So it's just that kind of communication. Councilor Whiting.
Just wanted to mention that I agree with you. They do a great job getting that power fixed. They're quick on that. But that's the only question, you know. They're working on it. Just so you know, it's not my house. It's a more of an outage on a block or a part of town. So that's all people are looking for, I think, is that they know that it's being worked on.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder, John, just for the benefit of people at home, could you let them know what Shakopee Public Utilities has for that? It's not just you've got an answering machine that you turn on, there's a single line coming. I mean, people need to know that this is a commercial.
During the course of the working day, naturally, our phones are manned that we have, but after hours, we use a third party, which is called CCS, Customer Care Services. And that's a bank of phones that we've trained them personnel. They have a tree that they follow, whether it's a electric or a water issue, and they ask a series of questions to try to develop that, to determine what that problem is. In the case that we had with two of the major outages that are identified in this material here, as City Administrator McNeil mentioned, one happened on Christmas Day, and on Christmas Day, CCS was not staffed as they usually are, so you know, there was kind of bug, and we talked to them about that issue, and we said that the response could have been better, but unfortunately things always happen when you don't want them to. But the second one happened, you said, during the major winter storm, and CCS actually is a service after hours for many different utilities, and they were just inundated with a severe weather event such as that, and they weren't able to get to the phones, and they have a process that's to be in place that they roll over to their answering machine, and in some case there was a bust, and what I've heard is a couple instances where people called and they couldn't even get through, it just rang. So we addressed that, and you know, we're working to solve those issues. One thing I'd like to say is, you know, I appreciate the compliments that we try to get an outage back on as soon as possible. One of the major things that the utilities is doing to address that, we have a substation that's located across from our malting, and we're co-located with XL Energy on that site. And they provide the transformation for us. So they have some equipment on that site that we have to utilize to provide power to the downtown area and to that portion of Shakopee. Two of the outages that are included in here happened at that substation, and unfortunately we have to wait for XL to respond to fix their equipment sometimes, and that causes some of the more lengthier outages that we have. We have in our CIP, we'll talk about that a little bit later, that we're actually breaking away from XL, and we're going to be building our own substation that we won't have to depend on an XL for transformation. We'll have it there. That's some of the oldest equipment that we have in our substation, so we've identified that for quite a few years as a weak link in the distribution system that we have. So as the commission can rightly so, there's been many meetings in a row now that we're very, very close to purchasing property to get that project started, and we're hoping to have that project started in September.
Beautiful. Mr. Mars.
Mayor, thank you earlier for the comment about the Shakopee utility response. I think our response time in our community is, you know, excellent. In our town, we do have several providers, and one of them, investor-owned. Their response time and magnitude is much bigger, and so one of our facilities is, we have a interconnection activity agreement with them, and that's that's part of their problem about Excel, when you read a big storm and they got 500,000 people out, the next day you read the paper and it's 400,000, and, you know, it takes them several days during a big storm. But I do feel that our community's grown big, large enough now where it's maybe time for some sort of notification. And like Councilmember Lehman said, time. Yeah, I know the power's out of my house. I want to know how long. And judging that, we have to get crews there and make a determination about what it's going to take and how long. And that in itself is going to take a little time. We do struggle with security issues and safety issues for our residents. You know, where's the power out? I'm not a big fan of having it out on the internet where the power's out. Maybe it might help me, but I certainly don't want to know, Mr. Bad Guy, know that my power's out. I think that's a safety concern. You want to be broad enough to not do that. And so those are some of the things that I look at when we talk about notification. Notification's a big thing. Instant, people want it instant today, but I think before we rush right in there with a Twitter or something like that, I think we have to look at a utility about safety, security, certainly. If there's an outage, that actually may draw people if you tell them where it's at. They will want to come to that event. It's not an event. It's a response situation. We're trying to get people away so we can get the people in and do the response. But I do agree that if we could facilitate a vague location area or area and a good time, a rough estimate of the outage, how long that would take, would be a good thing for our community.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things too that if maybe Mr. Crooks could explain what the crew does once they receive the call to go out to that area. I think that would give the citizens at least an idea of what our response is going to be and how long it's going to take to kind of work themselves through it. Because it's not go out, see a wire, and fix a wire. It's a lot more involved in that. And John, do you have a few minutes for that? Or?
Well, it really depends on the situation. You know, once we're notified of an outage, if let's say it happens after hours, we have service people that are on call. They respond to that and they determine what has caused that outage. If they can't determine right off the bat, they'll call in extra crews. The call is always made to the electric superintendent, so he's aware of the situation. And then they follow up, and depending on if it's a tree down, that's the one that just happened last week. Every single outage is reviewed by the commission during our monthly meetings, so our bi-monthly meetings, so they can see what that was. The last one, a tree fell down in a high wind situation. So with that, they have to de-energize, you know, get the crews on there de-energized because it's a very safety concerns are of utmost. And then they have to take the tree down off the line and re-energize the line. In a situation where we have with the winter storm, it wasn't a failure of wires that we had, it was a failure of the equipment. So in that situation, they have to assess what piece of equipment is causing that, what relay tripped at a substation. And unfortunately, in that situation, we had to call Xcel Energy and wait for them to arrive to do that. So each one is a little bit different. The majority of our outages are very small, where it affects maybe 5 people or less. And I supply the information on our outage and reliability report to show you the average amount of times that our indices are very, very high, rated high in the industry as compared to investor-owned utilities, co-ops, and municipals. And then also based on that is I'd like to say the pride of the crew. They really don't like to have outages out very long. It's hard for us to look at a situation and say it's going to be out for 4 hours. You know, the one thing we always like to stress, that power's going to be on absolutely as soon as possible. But certain situations we can give general overviews. We like to not say it'll be on in 30 minutes because if there's a complication, then people get somewhat upset with that. So I think as we discuss this at our next commission meeting, that we'll look in, you know, within the hour, hopefully within 3 hours, or try to give them that time frame that they know. So if they have to adjust, you know, the events that they're dealing with, that they can appropriately address those.
And I hope you understand that, at least from our perspective on council, I don't think that anybody is asking for, it will be 23 minutes when your power is back on and it's between blocks of 4th and 6th or anything like that. That's not what anyone is asking for. It's a general time frame of it will be 2 hours or less in your power, it'll be 8 hours or less, or that kind of thing, just to say, give people assurance that it's being worked on and being able to communicate that easily and quickly, I think is the only thing.
And if I may, what I'd like to bring up is when I talked about, those real-time updates on the website, one thing that we were concerned about is having the crews do that, because the crew's main focus is getting the power restored and safety issues. So we've had training with Lon Schimmel, who's our webmaster. So these real-time updates can be done from home, so it would either be done by Marv Othman, our electric superintendent, myself as utilities manager, or Joe Adams, who's our planning and engineering director. So those three people will be the people that will be given the information to disseminate over the website. So it's not we're gonna have anybody doing that. So we do have the ability to access it at home and have those updates very, very quick, if that's what the commission opts.
Councilor Lehman?
Is the website mobile phone app
Yes,
compliant or whatever?
yes.
Okay. The other option would be to have, does police and fire respond to these outages? Or is it at the request of the utilities?
It depends what the call. They can, if they get a call, there's an emergency or whatever, the police would come out first and they can notify us in that situation.
Or if you guys are trying to attend to something and you need the help, then do you request their backup?
Yes, we have.
Whether it's crowd control or safety or whatever.
If we
fire
need
or
to,
something?
yes, they know that we can use their services.
I know that Scott County has a Code Red system that's already up and running, and they use it for various things. And so it wouldn't be reinventing the wheel, and it would give people the opportunity to either sign up if they want to hear these things, and if they don't wanna sign up, then they shouldn't really have the argument to complain. The question then is, how do you get the information to them? Because you don't want the power people to do it because they're busy fixing it, which is more important. But they're the ones that have to tell somebody what it's gonna take. So, do you have them give that information to police, or do they call into the office, or do they, how do they take that information and give it to somebody that can do something with it? I guess that's how we're gonna have to figure out.
Councilor Luce?
I'll defer to Jordan, you had a question?
Oh, Commissioner Olson?
Well, I'd just like to point out that, yes, we do have a police force, and I understand there's some concern about, oh, well, this location, we don't necessarily have to point out the location, but I've noticed that the police force, they have their own presence on Facebook and whatnot. Why couldn't we just link ours up with theirs so they get a little message that goes, bloop, there's power out over here, so they can do their job and maybe have a cop there? I mean, as many avenues as possible is good. I mean, we should have a little update system on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and our website, which should be mobile phone compliant, and most people now have mobile phones. If it's just a computer, well, then the computer's out because the power's out. But people generally will be able to pull something up on their phone and relax and light a candle, like Mr. Lehman said. So I think that would be a pretty good idea. Just link up with the police.
Councilor Luce?
In this day and age, I don't think we need to put an area down of any kind. If your power's out, you know it. If you can't get a hold of grandma and you're concerned, go over and check on grandma. You know, we're just giving the bad guys too much leeway here by even giving a broad view of where it's out. Just leave that out of it.
Perfect. Any further comments? We'll move on to 7B. All right, frozen water and sewer lines, proper roles.
This is also something that the council brought up at one of the meetings in February, March, and as we are all painfully aware, we had a significantly colder winter than we typically experience. And from what we saw, certainly Shakopee was not immune to this. In fact, we, I think, had better experience in terms of frozen water service lines. But that got to a discussion of whose lines those are, and the city mirrors what the public utilities do as far as the practice that the sanitary sewer line that serves our customers is the same as what Shakopee Public Utilities has. There is a diagram that the Public Works Director put together last week that really shows where property lines are and those sorts of things. But bottom line comes to, it is the property owner's service line all the way from the structure to the main. The question is, what should either Spuck or the city, depending on whether it's sewer or water, what is the proper responsibility for that in terms of who should be out trying to make those lines thawed and operable again? So I think that's a general description as to what was brought up here. I know you've talked about it at Public Utilities Commission. This was an unusual winter. I don't know that you had ever experienced things like this before.
If I may respond. We have experienced frozen service lines in the past, but those types of frozen services are in people's basements where they have maybe a basement window that's cracked or a jar or whatever, in those kind of situations. So we've had the policy in the past on those kind where we'll go in, we determine that line is frozen, and our policy is to assist that homeowner for about 30 minutes to 60 minutes to try to assist them to thaw those types of lines out. What happened this year is very unique. I've been in the utility business for 35 years. I've never experienced anything like this, that the frost was down so deep that the service lines themselves froze 7.5 feet down in the ground. And to solve that was somewhat unique. Once again, with the customers, I'd say out of roughly the 11,000 customers we have, we experienced 19 service lines that froze. It was a mixture of residences and businesses, and we kept track of those, and we tried to assist those customers. We helped determine that it was frozen in the ground. When there was one or two, we thought this is, kind of unusual that we hadn't seen anything. And then for us, we experienced what we thought was a rush of them. We had about 4 of them within 4 or 5 days. And it was at that point on our website, we sent up a notice and said, we're experiencing this is quite unusual. There's different ways. You and I had shared some information on other things that are happening in other communities. But I think we were very fortunate that we only had the 19 services freeze within Shakopee, where some of the cities and smaller cities in Minnesota that I talked about, they had hundreds. And in those situations, depending if the utility owned the service line, and to go over that service line issue, about 30% of water utilities have what they call a water main only distribution system that they own, and that's us. There's another 30% that own up to that curb stop or the valve that locates that, and that's located
John,
at number
put it up
E,
on
if
the-
I should show that. That own utilities own, thank you very much. And the utilities own the service line up to that curb stop, and the homeowner or the property owner owns into the house. And then there's about another third that own the service line all the way into the water meter. So it's kind of different the way it's handled with different utilities in the state of Minnesota. With us being the water main only, anything off that water main into the home is the responsibility of the homeowner. And so in these situations where it became very difficult to thaw, we had the homeowner take care of contracting with someone to thaw that out. There were different ways they were thawed. Some businesses hired a company that had hot water or steam that was injected and thawed that out. One business that actually froze twice. We had some that were very, very difficult to do that actually uses an arc welder to do, and there were a lot of communities that were using that. That's kind of a very dangerous kind of process, because if you don't ground that correct, you can damage equipment. So we allowed, actually in some circumstances, for them to ground to some of our equipment a water hydrant to try to solve that service too. So, we feel that we, tried to assist the best we could in that responsibility role that we had, but the cost to actually thaw that out were borne by the property owners themselves. Going forward, what we're proposing is that we have this list of these homes. We're hoping that we don't, I think most everybody's hoping we don't have a winter like we had, but with the things you hear in the news and some of these, some changes in climate and stuff, this probably could happen. But now we have these 19 homes listed. In the beginning of the season, we'll send them letters reminding them that they had this issue happen. And then once again, if we have a weather event where we have the ultra below zero weather conditions where it has that, we'll send them another letter and try to assist that going forward. But this is somewhat of a kind of a new territory that we have. So this is the kind of what we did this winter. If the commission seemed to be okay with the way that we handled it, but other than that, we would plan on handling it the same way in next winter if that would happen.
President Hellcamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, and two, I'd like to have you point out, John, because I don't want to misstate, but we have some specifications and some things when we construct our water system, and one of the reasons we only had 19 of the 11,000 freeze is because of some of our policies.
That's correct.
And one of them is the depth that those water lines have to be buried at is
7.5 feet, which is deeper than most communities
That's
do,
here,
7
but,
feet.
but code is 7 feet, so we require them to be another 6 inches down. So that's one of the things we do. And the other thing that we do to help water continue to circulate through the system so it doesn't have a chance to sit there long enough to freeze. And if it does freeze in one spot, water can come in from another area to provide service. It's particularly important for fire protection, is looping. The water system's constantly looped. And I know you guys hear a lot about looping from contractors because they're required to loop our system. And there's a lot of misinformation as, well, why do we need looping? Why is looping important? This is one of the reasons why it's so important.
Yeah, there were quite a few communities that actually had frozen water mains.
Wow.
It was very expensive. Their splitter, they had to unthaw those out, so.
All right, Councilor Luce.
One of the homes I was involved with, their street was done less than 10 years ago, and the former person with your job wouldn't allow the water mains to be replaced along with the sewer and when the street reconstruction was done. This person's water line was only buried to 4.5 feet. Now, somebody dropped the ball there when that was done. I mean, the contractor, somebody, inspector, whoever, should have caught that, and that should have been rectified. That cost shouldn't have to be borne by the homeowner. That was a combination of your group and our group dropping the ball severely.
I'd have to have some more specifics on that one to find out, but during reconstruction projects, typically what happens is that if we find them shallow, they're deepened, you know, to get down to that. But there are older services in town that weren't to that 7.5 feet, and as we have those reconstruction projects, you know, we do lower those. In this one, I'll have to find out why that wasn't done. The water main wasn't replaced either?
No.
Councilor Lehman.
Mayor, in this thing we've got up on the board there, it's showing everybody that the top line, the water line, is substantially less shallower than the sewer line, and I don't know if that's accurate.
We didn't supply that, but.
Right, but it's just, it's telling everybody at home that the water line is much shallower than the sewer line, and I don't think that's an accurate statement. I think they're both 7.5, aren't they? Or roughly?
Can't,
How deep's the sewer line?
the sewer isn't that deep.
Typically, the sewer line is deeper. We usually try to get at least 2 feet deeper than that.
So the water is 7.5,
That's
and the
typically
sewer
what they
is
would,
9.5?
Sewer line is deeper. This
Okay,
probably isn't represented to scale.
okay.
This is not a to scale drawing.
And then my next question, Mayor, was, since I've been here long enough to appoint all these folks that I trust dearly with the services they provide and their opinions, but how do I keep my water line or my sewer line from freezing? What can you tell me on, what do I do to prevent that in a situation like we had last winter? So that's not just to me because mine didn't freeze, but to anybody.
President Hellcamp.
Thank you. Thanks for asking that, Matt. It's a good idea to get that out for public knowledge. We did put a procedure up on our website. We would do it again, obviously. But the first faucet you have into your home where you can access water, you monitor the temperature of the water coming out of that line. And as long as it's 33 degrees or higher, you should be fine. If you see it approaching the freezing point, then it would be wise to leave that faucet drip to keep warm water from the water main coming through your line.
That's just a cold water line dripping.
Yeah.
All right.
Councilor Luce.
As I was told by the person I was talking about with the water line that was only 4.5 feet, their plumber told them to do that after they thawed the line out after numerous tries to get it thawed out. They were told by your company that the excess expense of letting the water run is on them. Now, in that situation, I would think the utility could eat the cost of the excess water. Bill them for what their normal bill is, and anything excess, I would think, just.
We haven't had the policy in the past that we have paid for that, so as that issue hasn't been brought before the board, but That is correct. We haven't had that case, but we haven't had this kind of situation before. I know that some cities were making changes in doing that, but
Right, that's what I heard.
we have not done that.
Commissioner Mars.
Well, Councilmember wanted to finish her.
Well, I had a follow-up on one of the businesses that you said froze up twice. That was just on the First Avenue reconstruction, which I'm pretty sure the water lines were buried deep enough. The problem there was, I believe, they had a parking lot that was between their building and the service. And with the ground clear as with the roadways, that froze deeper. So there, I think that one can be taken out of the equation because of the fact that you're talking about a bare ground situation.
As a follower of other utilities all over our state, I have read articles about the freezing, magnitude of the freezes of service lines around the state of Minnesota, and indeed, I believe we have a phenomenal number at only 19. However, if you're one of those 19, the impact may have been great, unfortunately, but other communities did have a significant number. Utilities got a little more involved than maybe they should or shouldn't have, but those decisions were made. Also, the drip of the water was mentioned, and some utilities did give a waiver, but when do you start that, and when do you stop that and say, you know, let it drip and you won't bear the expense for how long? And when, you know, that's a little bit of a slippery slope about when you initiate the ability to do that, and also when to say, well, now it warmed up to 40 degrees. Now I see utilities, two of them are struggling with trying to recoup some of that cost, as the article, and I really apologize because I meant to bring the articles that I've read from the MMUA that outline at least 4 cases of this. So now that winter's over, some of the impacts, and as a utility, watchguard of the services, I looked at it and then said, we all have to be careful because some of these utilities now are trying to rectify the situation, and mainly obviously an expense as well.
That was amazing. It probably shouldn't have been that Rochester just last week they pulled off the let your water run in the basement. Just I think it was last Thursday. I was amazed that it wasn't until then that it lasted. Councilor Lehman.
I'm gonna come from this from a different perspective. I know the water line and the sewer line at the shop downtown First Avenue is shallow. It may be deep where in the street when they reconstructed it, but up to the building, very shallow. I know that ahead of time. I leave the water running when I know it's cold because the $75 a month is cheap compared to what it's gonna cost me to unfreeze it. And I appreciate the phone call every month saying my water usage is higher than normal. Because when it doesn't have to be running, and they call and they say, the same monthly call, water usage is higher than normal. I'm like, you know, I can turn that off now. And it's $75 in my pocket. So if a guy stays on it, it's not that big of an impact. And you know, I suspect that the commercial property pays a little bit more. I'm suspecting here, I don't know this, for continuous water usage, but I know the residential get so much water at one price, and then after that, after you hit some plateau or something, it goes up by whatever it is. So if you have a house, a residential house with older couple in it or something, and they've got the water dripping, it's gonna have to drip a long time to hit that 5,000 gallon amount. Don't know how long that is, but I would have to think that it's quite a bit.
Commissioner Yost.
Well, a couple things. First of all, I think my first instinct when something like this would happen is, what do I do? And I think that's one thing that we both can do, the council, because I know you guys get a lot of calls for those kind of things, and the utility, is have the information available. Who do you call? Do you call a plumber? Do you call you know, who do you call to help you out with those kind of things? I think that's the one thing that comes to my mind when I look, especially with us, with the water main, where you got everything in, would be to put those resources available on the websites. I think that would be most helpful. And it can get very expensive very quickly.
My mother-in-law lives in Prior Lake, and she had a toilet run while they were out of town for a month. And it was $400 for the water, and it was $400 for the sewer.
Oh, that's where they get you on the sewer fee. too.
Yeah, you gotta remember
Double
that
whammy.
aspect of
Yep.
it, so it can get very expensive very quickly, and there was no leniency, it was pay the bill.
Right.
So it's
Their
like, so
rates are
keep
much
that in
higher
mind.
than us.
Yeah, so keep that in mind. Yeah, and our rates are a lot cheaper than Prior Lake, so it won't be as much. 75, right, Matt?
So on that same
yeah,
note with
besides the regular
communication
bill.
and I mean we've got the 12 of us sitting around this table and maybe 6 or 8 other people in the entire city who understand and know that SPUC and the city are two differently managed organizations. There's nobody. Everybody thinks that it's just the city. And rightfully or wrong, however that is, everyone just assumes that everything is our fault for what doesn't go perfectly.
They call
So-
you.
Yeah, and then I call you, and
Good.
yeah. But with that, and communication wise, like this winter with the frozen water things, we didn't, at least from my estimation, we weren't ahead of this as it was happening to help people understand what was going to happen and what was going on. Are there opportunities or more opportunities for communication, utilizing, because we've got Kristen on full-time now, and I don't, do you guys have full-time communication folks? I knew you did it one time, is that correct? I don't know.
We have a marketing and customer relations director.
Okay.
That would fall under her realm.
So are there opportunities to improve that communication level with residents by working more closely with those folks, or double using communication? I'm not sure exactly where that is, but just ways that we could get more done that way. Commissioner McGowan
Yeah,
first, Matt.
I think that's a good idea. We send a bill every month. There's plenty of opportunities for us to communicate with the client, with the customers, and let them know. I think the big question for us is just, what do we tell them? There's a little bit of concern in my mind about telling everyone to let their faucets drip, because we know that it was only 19 out of 11,000, so a fraction of 1%. We don't want the whole city running faucets for no purpose just because they're scared. There needs to be empirical reasons for doing it, so I think that's maybe one thing that I get concerned about if we sent it out as a stuffer and said, hey, think about this for everyone. But I think letting people know what their responsibility is and who they should contact is important, because I do think, as unfortunate as it is that this happened for a small number of people, this is probably the way we should handle it. I mean, it is really a private party that you want to involve. I've seen some utilities who did invest in arc welders so they could melt people's service lines. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in that process, and the utility maybe doesn't want to be liable for damage to their home or to their property or to something else because of an improperly melted service line.
Or their neighbor's house.
Right. So I think it's best left to private parties who handle specialty items like this. I just think letting people know who they call and how it's handled is probably a good idea.
Council Lehman.
Well, Mayor, I was thinking more along the lines that any direction or information or things that come out of the utilities has to come out of the utilities. That's your guys' authority and expertise. But whatever that message is that you're trying to get out, if we're gonna put a message out, it needs to come from you, so it's your message, and we're consistent. That's what I'm thinking, and we could use our PR person to put that information out.
Yeah.
Providing it's the information we get from you.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I meant, because Kristen is
Yep.
is phenomenal at writing stories and
It's consistent, it's
Yeah.
accurate,
exactly
it's right from the utilities, and it's broad.
right. Council Luce.
Have we put the welder issue use to rest? I know there was some conflict on that earlier in this season. They were having problems with giving the green light to using it, because I spoke to a person at Water Pro, and they said the only city they heard of that ever had a problem with damaging a hydrant from hooking up to it was Shakopee, and they sell thousands of hydrants. He said the problem came where they hooked to the stem instead of the barrel. And if, I don't know where your standing is, but, if the contractor does it properly with supervision from at least one of your people, and they hook to the barrel and hook to the house at the other end in the proper manner, from what my information is, there's very little chance of damage.
It is a small chance, but the risk can, depending where they hook up to that, it can damage the hydrant. I don't know who the contractor is, but, we did allow it in that situation. We typically just don't let the contractors go and do that. But there are cases of where they hook curb stop to curb stop, and they do, and they cause fires in other homes. I mean, it's a big risk, and we have to make sure that it's done right. And there was only a couple of instances that needed to use the arc welder to thaw their services this year. So, we were very concerned about just having them hook up before we assess the situation, allowed that to happen. But in that one case, hooking the hydrant, there wasn't another service available around that. There was very limited, and that's why we allowed it to happen in that case.
Okay. Yeah, from my understanding, the rebuilding of a hydrant, the cost is $700 approximately.
That's what a kit, it could be more than that, but that's typically what the replacement kit that would be inside if that would have happened, but it did not happen.
No, I understand that, but I just, when you take that in the big aspect of, it took, 10 days before you gave the okay?
I don't know the days, I know it was a while, and
Yeah,
it was a
believe me,
complicated.
According to the plumber, it was about 10
Yeah.
days, which, at that time, that service was frozen completely.
Yep.
So that would made it that much more difficult. So you could work on that on your end as to, some kind of directive as to how you're gonna allow that. Obviously, they would like to go with the technology of steam or hot water run down the pipe, use that as the last resort, but leave it as an option.
Yeah, and we learned from this. Like I said, this is really very unique in the industry to have this happen. So, it was a learning process for us, along with a lot of other communities and stuff too. And we know that we'll make that best effort to send those letters out to where, especially this customer here, knows that there's a high risk that that could happen again if the weather conditions are, and work with those customers to make sure that they understand that there are preventative measures to take, that they don't have to go through that experience again.
Well, this customer has, like I said, it was 4.5 feet. They tried the hot water numerous times. They would run into an obstruction in the pipe. They don't know if there was a kink in the pipe, a rock on the pipe.
Yep.
They just could not get through with that, and that's why they had to resort to the welder.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate.
Commissioner Olson?
So as I understand it here, our customers are responsible for their service line out to the main line. And we should, I agree with Commissioner McGowan, be informative of them, of that on our website or something. But is it possible, if there's all these risks and stuff, especially with neighbors, can they just buy insurance for their line and have it on their homeowner's insurance and their liability or something?
That I have
There are insurance products available.
Right,
We
could
typically-
encourage that too.
We have not encouraged that due to the fact that some of the premiums that are paid are quite expensive, and the risk of it happening is very, very small. So we don't encourage the product to be bought. We tell customers that that service is available if they would like, but we don't recommend them buying that.
Well, right, we're not insurance salesmen, of course, but we could inform them of, if they're responsible for their line, then it's their option, it's their choice. They could buy insurance on their line, so that if those 19, incidents that happens, then they're insured.
Councilor Lehman?
The 19 properties, if the lines are 4.5 feet or whatever, not at the 7.5 on the private property portion of the line, not necessarily from the main, but from the property line to the house. And either way, that would be the homeowner's or the property owner's responsibility to make that deeper. Is that a correct statement?
As my knowledge gives me, the one I'm referring to
I'm just doing it in
was
general.
frozen in the street.
Yeah,
at
I'm
that
just
time.
doing it in general. Let's say my water line coming into my foundation was at 5 feet. The utilities, even if they redid the road and put everything at where it's supposed to be, and the city put their stuff where it's supposed to be, and ran it up to the little turnoff valve by just past a curb or whatever, they're not gonna go all the way up to my foundation. They're gonna go up to the property line or
Just repaste to
whatever.
the curb stop.
And so I would be responsible to go from that point up to my house to make it deeper. So the question I guess I have is, if we know, and we don't know this maybe, but if these 19 properties are shallow all the way up to the house, the fixes, I guess, that they're gonna have to make them deeper on the private property part of the property. And when the road does get done, we're gonna have to make it deeper on our end. So I guess 2 questions is, 1, do the property owners know that? And 2, is there the continuity between the utilities and the city engineering, to know where these properties are, where these shallow services are and stuff, so that in the future, when we get the opportunity to go in there, that we can rectify it.
It's kind of looking at me. I mean, I'll respond to that. You know, Councilor Lehman, what we're concerned about is that we would have people go out and bear the expense to have that section of their service line deepened, and that
Right.
can be an expensive process. What I'd like to tell the people and to our customers is that this has happened once in forever, maybe. We don't know.
Right.
If this would happen again, I think our course of action changes quite a bit. We'll take preventative measures if the weather gets to be this bad again to try to not to have that happen. But as far as you know, bearing you know, high cost for something that we're hoping is, you know, once in 10 decades or once in a century to do that. But if it happens again, I think that changes the equation, that we have to look at it a lot more intensely to make sure that we can try to you know, mitigate this risk that these homeowners have.
Okay.
But that's my feeling. It's, if the commission would like us to take another course, you know, we're always very open to that.
Question I've got on, so when we look at the happy little diagram up there, section A, so between the main and the curb stop there, why is it our policy that if that's under the street and well off any control that the homeowner has, why is it our policy that that is homeowner responsibility? Why?
It's been the policy of the water utility since the water utility was formed.
That's great, but my question was why? I don't understand.
I don't know, I'd have to ask that. There's, you know, like I said, it's kind of in thirds the way that system is. For us to maybe change that, are you looking at if we would change our policy and own into the house?
I'm not looking for you to change your policy or
Okay.
anything, I'm just looking to understand
I don't know,
why,
I can
because
answer,
that was-
I don't know if I can answer why that decision was made, but
Because there were a couple of one on Roundhouse, I believe it was, where there was a break from the main, a break at the main and the service coming off, so they had to dig under the street and they had to do a lot of stuff at a huge cost to that little homeowners association, and the process didn't make any sense to me at all, why it was the homeowner's responsibility under the street at the main when it was way beyond what anything they would control is. So I just didn't understand that, so I'm looking to understand why. So who wanted?
You know, it's actually cost, when you look at it. Those situations, when you have the developer putting it in, they get to, when they put the house in, they put the pipe in. We don't do that. We provide the curb stop at a breakout point so that we can go through and they can do their development. We can put all the mains in the road, so all that can take place before there's a house. So we bring it up to the curb stop. So when they come in.
the street.
Right, so that's why it doesn't go to the house. I mean, that's what I would assume would be why it doesn't go to the houses. And then it comes to cost. I mean, you get a private contractor come in, they'll do it a lot cheaper than we would do it, as far as putting those water lines in and those kind of things as well, as part of a project.
That wasn't the question, Terry.
Well, I thought it was, he wanted to know why they made that decision, and it's all about money.
The question isn't
Well-
from the curb stop to the house, the question is from the main to the curb stop.
Right.
Why
Oh,
is
I'm
that the
sorry.
homeowner's responsibility?
Yeah, the other side,
Yeah.
why that's the homeowners.
Yeah, I would
It
assume.
doesn't make any
it's-
sense
Yeah. I
in
know what
my
you're saying.
head for anybody for it to be
And
that
it
way. 'Cause
doesn't
they're
for the
loose.
sewer either.
Right.
From my understanding of that situation, you have a list of contractors that you recommend?
for breaks,
Yes.
we have a list of contractors that have worked on our system before, and we have that
Okay.
list. We don't recommend one
Okay.
over the other.
Okay, clarification. That contractor, I think you should find out who it is and take them off your list, from what I heard. They dug the hole, fixed the pipe, told the association manager they needed a check before they'd fill the hole. Now, at that point, the hole is their responsibility, you know. If I was the property manager or the association manager, I'd have walked in the house and just said, you know, go fly a kite.
This is the first I've heard of that, so I really don't have any response.
Right, I'm just saying that, you know, if you could check into that, because to me, that's just not the way to do business.
Right. Commissioner Olson?
I just want to say, I agree with you, Brad. That doesn't really make sense that, I mean, if the water main freezes in the middle of the street, what are you gonna do, assess me and to fix the street too? That's, I don't know. I just got here, so maybe that's something we could think about.
Yeah, so if something you could look at, if it makes the most sense now, I mean, for residents of Shakopee, for those kinds of things to be happening, I would appreciate it on that section. Any other comments on B?
Really
Commissioner
quick,
Gowan?
so if we were to look at that, is that something the city would wanna look at the way they own the sewer lines as well? Cause I think we'd
Absolutely.
wanna be consistent, right?
Yes.
So, and I agree, I think it's worth looking at.
And as I've talked to Bruce about this, it becomes a little trickier with the sewer line because there's not a curb stop for the sewer line, so it makes it really difficult. If it's just from the property line, then that's fine, but it's figuring that out because I don't necessarily understand why it's as few times as these kinds of things do happen, putting all that responsibility on the property owner and the homeowner to repair the road and to fix the road, and then it might not be done, and those kinds of things is tough. Council Luce?
In the sewer issue there, I think we could just use the curb stop as our line for the sewer also.
Something,
As long as
yeah.
we're gonna use that for the water, if that's the way it goes. We would use that same general area as the sewer.
Right.
Easy enough to do.
But yeah, if you guys would be open to having that, at least a discussion and conversation about it, I would appreciate that.
The board's here, for sure.
You're gonna have the oddball that's got the sewer coming in on one side and the water coming in the other side.
Yeah.
Well, you're also gonna have people that don't want government in their house. I mean, you're gonna have that scenario as well. Cause I know there's people out there that really don't wanna have anybody else coming in their place. I mean, John, we run across with just replacing meters and
Sometimes,
things like that. We have people that don't want that aspect of it, so we. have to
But the
keep that in mind.
responsibility of the, underneath the street doesn't really have anything to do with going into somebody's house.
Well, I'm talking about the lines going in and being on the property and
The line from the curb stop or the right-of-way or the property line to the house is still a owner's responsibility under any scenario, in my mind.
All right, any further discussion on B? Council Luce?
As long as Terry opened it up to not liking people in your house. I had a little bit of an instance last year with the street reconstruction. Mr. Mars knows all about it. I think the rest of the board probably knows about it. I feel your person really overreacted. I mean, I called him up, everything good. Tells me he has to get in the house to do some work. I said, well, I don't normally let people in my house. And by that statement, he took that as a threat and asked for an officer to stand by. And I just think, you know, what part of I don't normally let people in my house is a threat? And that's a complete overreaction. I spoke to one of your former employees who did electrical disconnects, and he had a good chuckle about that because he said, I never called for an assist. He said, and when I'm taking the meter away, people are a little irritated. So, you know, he's just coming in to put my meter back in service, which I think there should be something done there also with letting people know when the temp waters are gonna be coming off, because I had no prior knowledge. I come home Friday night, 7 o'clock, wanna use the sink, no water.
During
So-
construction time, you mean? Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
I looked out the back window and the temp lines are gone. So I figured, okay, they hooked back up. I waited till morning, called the number for your emergency and got a hold of the person on call, and everything was cool until he shows up and then an officer shows up, and it's like, what is going on here?
Give the officer a pipe wrench and tell him to get at her.
Commissioner Mars?
I appreciate that. Councilmember Luce, I thought we had moved on there, but if a resident calls for and wants a service, either returned or a service, and certainly we'll send a guy out there, will have to get into your house to turn your widget back on or install the widget or whatever, and a resident says, well, I don't normally let people in my house, then I guess it switches to a concern and safety issue of the utility, or even in the city in that matter. And if you're requesting a service and say, I don't normally let people in, I don't know. So I thought we had moved forward on that, and I thought, it's been discussed, and, the service is back on. We had a conversation with our utility manager over it. That's kinda how that we look at it all.
Reason I brought it up is Terry opened the door and I wanted to make sure you.
Well, we were discussing I agree, the comment about the curb stop and that was that, Terry was saying the government, and whenever, I don't want the big brother on my property, but then if it breaks and now it's my expense, then I want, maybe government can help me out, and I do understand that part of it runs under the street, and that's a public road, and that's where the discussion is, but, you know, with home ownership comes great responsibility.
I guess you may be taking me a
Exactly.
little off
That's
track
right.
We're
here.
gonna-
If notification of the homeowners that the temps were coming off a day ahead or something like that would have gone a long way to resolving the issue. I could have made time to stay home so they could have done it during the day. You know, there would have been.
And that might have been a contractor issue too. I don't know.
Commissioner Olson.
My question is for Councilor Luce. Did you actually call and request service, or were they there because of the street reconstruction?
No, I called, but it was part of the street reconstruction. They had taken off the temp waters the day before, and on Saturday, they came up to turn mine on because I was the last
Okay.
one, because I wasn't home on Friday.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clear that up.
All right, we're gonna go to 7C. Long-term infrastructure investments for future extension of water, electric, and sewer utilities to areas in southwest Shakopee. Just tossing everybody off guard. It's all right.
Council and Commissioners, one of the things that we've dealt with as we look at development in the community in recent months is a relative lack of plats activity in Shakopee. I think we've had, what, 2 plats over the past year? When those are, the 2 and 2 are certainly more than what we had in the previous 5 years combined. And that-
fairly simple reports to the Met Council for.
We did. And part of that is due to the fact that much of what we have had available with sewer and water is either owned by the Mdewakanton Sioux or is not yet serviceable in our view. And we wanted to have a discussion in terms of where we are. I can certainly turn this over to John. That what he's provided us is a map showing the first high elevation, and that is the blue line. Much of that is now developed or under control of the Mdewakanton Sioux. There's an area to the south, to the west of County Road 83. But as the city continues to grow, we're gonna be looking at areas to the south and west in Jackson and Louisville Township. Council is very aware that one of the things that we're going to be looking at within the next few months is to talk with the Jackson Town Board about providing sewer and water to the 69-169 area. That is something that, from a water standpoint, we understand is serviceable, but the other line talks about, the other thing we need to talk about is electrical. And not all of that is currently within the Shakopee Public Utilities service area. And we wanted to get an update on that and maybe talk about what would need to be done in order to make all of that area available once the property owners petition to have that annexed into the city. So with that, John? We also have those two there.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil. One thing I'd like to point out is I'll talk about water first and then I'll go into electric. But water is somewhat unique that we need pressure areas, or it has to go with the topographical situation of the community and how we serve that with water towers and water storage tanks. So the area that's located above this blue line is what we call the normal elevation, and that pressure is essentially from the river bottom up to the first level of about 169, where we start to go up the bluff line. And that's served by several water tanks and storage facilities that we have, and that system is just fine. And we have capacity to meet all the needs in that. And we have expansive capabilities to serve even more. The second area that I'm pointing out here is what's called the first high elevation. That's an area that's somewhat getting developed now, and we have facilities in place to be able to serve that. Initially, we had booster stations to serve that when the hospital first came online. That's in the first high elevation. But now with the expansive growth that we have, we put in water towers. The commission actually approved the construction costs for a 2 million gallon storage tank that's going to be built on Wood Duck Trail on County Road 17 this year, and that's also to serve the storage capacity that we have to serve this area. Besides just having the production to serve that water, we have to have the storage capabilities in case there's fire suppression issues or there's dry weather conditions, so we can meet the demands that customers have essentially when they come home in the summertime and they put their irrigation systems on. It's cheaper for our system to kind of store that extra water and not drill extra holes in the ground to pull that water up. So our system's designed to an elevation-based engineering system. The red line is what's called, that goes up into the second high elevation. The reason why this looks so much like a ribbon or a snake is because that's just based on topography. The blue line is actually based on service territories that we have now. So when development happens, we can kind of adjust that depending on a few feet here, depending on the pressure that we would serve to them. But I'd like to go on into a little bit more on long-term solutions that we have to serve some of the problem areas that we have. Included in your packet is our 5-year CIP for water, and it shows some work and facilities that we have planned to serve some of these unique situations. But before I get to that, I'd like to kind of work on western Shakopee and work over to the east part, because the eastern part of Shakopee, or I'm sorry, the eastern part going to the western part gets to be somewhat more difficult for us. In this portion, in the water service area, we actually have one subdivision that's actually served by the city of Savage in a joint powers agreement that we have. Whispering Oaks is actually served by the city of Savage Water Department. When development occurs and gets to be a little more extensive in this area, we've already put in booster cans at our water tank site on Kelly Circle to be able to put a booster station in to serve those facilities when we have some more development in that area. But right now it makes more economic sense to have that 120 homes in Whispering Oaks served by the city of Savage. We did an extensive consulting report on how to serve the southeast portion of Shakopee, because there's actually, it doesn't show in here, but there's actually sandwiched areas of the second high elevation that cause some problems for us to serve. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at that, the Shakopee Budwataka and Sioux community has bought up the majority of that land, but we don't really have those services issues. So that benefits us, that we don't have to do to that extra cost incurred to serve that area. But there's been preliminary conversations with the tribe that possibly there'll be an in-connection of our water services when that takes place, when they develop that land, whatever they develop that at. When we work into this central core part of the city where some of the development is going to be happening too, we own quite a bit of property that we can put in more production facilities. We have property right along the soccer field that we have on, I believe that's 12th? 17th. That's it, 17th Avenue. But we own 2 small portions of property along with the Sac School site that we can put 2 more wells in. We presently have 3 wells on that site. We can put 2 more wells in there. We have, located on 10th and Spencer, we have some land there that we can add a second well on that site. And we also own some property by the Church Addition, which is at the corner of 16 and County Road 83 that we can put 2 wells on. So we have the capacity to add more water if needed at the way that development happens. When we go to this undeveloped area that we have along here, it becomes a little more difficult, and that was first addressed itself back in 2005 when D.R. Horton came to the city and to the utilities and wanted to do a big construction project of residential homes called the Blessed Mary's Town. That was somewhat of a unique situation. It was a very large development, and we were getting to the point where there was going to be a big, massive cost of infrastructure put in by the water department to serve that, because the Shakopee School District had bought a piece of property that they wanted to have that kind of leapfrogged the pressure areas that we had. So we were going to have to put in infrastructure to serve the school, and those costs were going to be incurred by us alone until that was infilled by the development of the Blessed Mary's Town. So we had worked on a proposition with D.R. Horton at that time that they were going to front some of the water connection charges to us to help offset that, and that would be taken care of during the course of their development. That was the exact same time that the economy kind of headed south, and that project didn't happen. Now, we've heard that D.R. Horton is once again inquiring about that development too, and we've had discussions with them that we wouldn't be making that requirement in this place to front those dollars due to the fact that the Shakopee School District isn't going to be pursuing that property that's on that site, so it's somewhat different now. But we do have facilities that we're looking at with the 2 million gallon tank facility that we have right along in here. We actually have worked with the city and received a CUP that we can add a water tower at that site too to serve the second high elevation when that happens. We've also had very preliminary discussions with the school, with the potential second high school site, that we might be able to use some of their property to put a water tower on that too. And we've also identified properties over here in the Bluffs of Marystown development, if that happens, that we would like to purchase a piece of property to put a booster station in that facility too. So we really have no issues on serving that with water. It's just a matter of when the development is going to be driving those production facilities and storage facilities that need to put in place. And you can see in that CIP that we actually have programmed within the next year or two to begin those projects in place. I have here just the existing facilities that we have to serve the water needs of the community here, and so that's for your reference too if you'd like to have that. When we get into electric, it's a little bit different. We actually have no issues long-term to serve the areas of our service territory. What's unique about the electric system is that there's defined service territories that are set by the state of Minnesota, and we have to go by those, and there's no ands, ifs, or buts about changing that. So if you're in one area that's served by, say, XL, they serve XL. We can't serve into that area, and the same with MVEC, which is the co-op that we have. So in here, in this map here, you can see kind of the service territories that we have. This didn't copy very well that you actually see the city limits are the red line, and the service territories are kind of in the break line. So you can see in the industrial area that we have up in here, that through agreements that were made quite a long time ago in the 70s, that XL continues to serve the industrial load that they have in that area. That's Anchor Glass, that's the new Rosemont Emerson facility that we have, that's Valley Fair. They serve all those territories there. We serve the bulk of this area, that's all the developed area that we have in here. The issue that we're talking about now that's coming to light is where we butt up against MVEC, which is Minnesota Valley Electrical Co-op, which is the co-op that serves that area. The two yellow areas are actually areas where, where here MVC actually serves the Stone Meadows development. There's about 60 townhomes that Minnesota Valley actually serves that's in our territory. And then this area here, where there's a little area where we actually serve in their territory, but that was all worked out when we did our digital territory mapping with the state of Minnesota the last 2 years. One thing that we're pursuing, we think it makes sense that at this point we might like to acquire that area. What I'd like to get into now is that if electric service territory is in the city of Shakopee and it's served by another utility, we have the legal right per state statute to take that over, bearing the costs involved in that, and service that. The reason I bring that up is because with the 169 interchange and with potential development that's taking part in the southeast parts of Shakopee that might be into annexed areas of Jackson Township, we will not have the ability to serve that because that will be MVEC's. Which brings the issue that possibly if the city decides to annex in that, we would like to take the opportunity to acquire that territory with MVEC and serve that. We think there's a lot of advantages. I've talked to city staff about serving that area because there's a financial benefit and I think a community benefit to having us serve those areas too. So with that, I'm trying to keep this short because we have a lot of other topics to cover, but we do have things in place on the electric side. We're rebuilding 2 substations that we have in town. One is located across from RAR that we're talking about. There's another that's co-located at the Blue Lake facility that we have. We've begun initial discussions with XL about building our own separate substation there. That would mean that all of our substations that we have that actually take the power off the main grid and transform that to be used in the city of Shakopee, The oldest one we will have will be built in 1997. So we have a very new system we're very comfortable with, and we have some of the best equipment that we have for long-term reliability and to keep our costs down. We are aware if development continues in this area over here, and we would possibly acquire those areas, we've begun preliminary searching for territory that we might want to put another substation in this area here, because serving from down in here where the RAR facility is, we might have enough line loss and it might not make sense for us to do that. So those are some of the long-term things that we're looking at. We think we're well positioned with studies that we have to service the needs of the community as growing as it is. I pointed out in the memo that I think that the utilities did a very good job of dealing with the expansive growth that we had for a period of time where the city doubled in about 10 years, and we really didn't have any issues, and we still been able to keep our rates low and so on and so forth. So with that, if there's any other questions, I'll gladly address those.
Councilor Lehman.
Mayor, I've got a couple questions. First, right on that screen, can you draw in 69 and 169 for us?
I believe that's right in this area here.
Okay, and then
I made
moving into the future where we go further west in the co-ops portion, as the city annexes partial part of that, then it becomes into the city and then you can expand your services?
Then we would have a legal right to
Okay.
use the means
Okay.
necessary to acquire that territory.
All right.
And MVEC wouldn't be able to tell us no.
Okay, and then we can go back to the water elevation map that you had. One question on that. When you do a different elevations and stuff, do you still loop these systems together
There's
between
connection.
the various elevations?
There is connection between the different pressure zones, and they're usually either pressure reducing zones or valves that are closed off to eliminate any transfer because that would cause pressure issues. But in an emergency, we can open those up to supply that water and transfer from one
Okay,
elevation to the other, or pressure zone to the other pressure zone.
thank you.
Councilor Luce. Then Commissioner okay.
Do we have a water line connection to Savage, being they are?
Yes, we do.
So-
We
Okay,
actually
so,
have- We have two water line connections with Savage. One is on Preserve Trail and one is located on County Road 16 at the Whispering Oaks development.
so in the event of an emergency, we could feed them or they could feed us?
That
We
is
have-
correct.
We have fed them in the past, I
Yes.
believe.
President Hellcamp.
Two things, our water's better than Savage's, so. But for everybody's clarity, Matt was asking about, you know, when we can acquire service territory from another utility. Bear in mind, because I don't think it was mentioned, we have to financially compensate them for that.
Right,
And just wanted to make sure you understand that. We don't just get it.
No.
right.
Because you annex them.
Right.
We have the opportunity to compensate them for the
They
acquisition.
have equipment costs, they have ongoing operational,
Lost business, there's all
revenue,
kinds
so-
of,
so
it's
forth, yep.
very dynamic and complicated, and there's no set formula out there that we're aware of that tells us what that amount of money is, so we're not exactly sure what that acquisition is gonna,
like the FRA, Federal Railroad Authority.
something like that.
Yeah.
Been there, haven't you, Terry?
Been there.
Mark, I'm going to dovetail this conversation in with item number D here, the long-term groundwater sustainability for Shakopee.
That's probably an appropriate segue. Some of you, I know Councilor Whiting, attended a scale meeting last month, and a representative of the Metropolitan Council was there and talked about water availability. And one of the things that has become certainly a high profile over the past couple months is the issues that White Bear Lake is having. That is draining, and that's due in part perhaps to increased drawdown from aquifers that feed the northeastern part of the Twin Cities. And the representative of Metropolitan Council expressed some similar concerns in terms of long-term water availability for the Southwest. And he pointed to the fact that Shakopee and a number of our neighbors have had discussions for years about groundwater availability, but he pointed to the fact that Savage and Burnsville had partnered to use surface water from the gravel pit that's just west of I-35W, and that would serve their purposes for quite some time and would eliminate some of the need for groundwater uses. I spoke with Mr. Crooks about that, and he said that he was aware of that study and talked about actually Shakopee Public Utilities has had its own study done. I think it's important for us to hear what we've been doing locally at SPUC about assuring that in 30 or 50 years, we're not going to have aquifers that are depleted in this area beyond what we can sustain. So with that, John.
I appreciate the opportunity to hear our voice on this. I have been concerned that this groundwater model that the Met Council and the DNR have used for many years has some inaccuracies in it. I've had 2 staff members at the Met Council indicate that to us, that they know there's a problem with the Shakopee area because we're very region specific. We're surrounded, we're almost an island, the aquifer that we have. We're surrounded by buried bedrock valleys, so we are somewhat unique. It's not to say that their entire model is wrong, but some of the generalizations that they're making on some of our system, I'm very concerned about, because I want our community and our people that govern our community to understand that we don't feel that the issue is quite what they think it is. We did a regional specific groundwater model back in 2005, and that was initially started due to the fact, as you mentioned, that the city of Savage was having very severe issues with their production facilities based on some problems that they had with some of their deeper wells, and coupled with the fact that a lot of the recharge area that they have is the Savage Fen, which is a very unique calciferous fen. Some people call it a swamp, but it's a protected, and there's a lot of protected species that are there. So the DNR has been very concerned that if they continued to pump out of these deeper wells, that they were going to affect these endangered plant species that they had located essentially in their backyard. It was at that point that the city of Savage contacted the utilities and wanted to know if there would be an opportunity for them to purchase water from us, because we had the availability of water and we didn't have the issues that they were facing with the DNR. They had asked us, would it be possible for us to supply them with up to 3 million gallons a day, nonstop, for as long as the agreement would be in place. And before we would agree to anything like that, we didn't think it was an issue. We thought we'd better build this water model to see. We wanted to build it long-term to look to see what the ultimate build-out of Shakopee would be, potential annexations into Jackson Township, the potential growth of Prior Lake, the potential growth of the Shakopee, Mid-Watic, and Sioux community, the potential growth of Savage, even though Savage is on the far side of that buried bedrock valley, and there's really not a lot of back and forth between the aquifer in that area, but also as far as Jordan and Louisville Township on that. So we developed this model, and we looked at all these things and created these best case scenarios and worst case scenarios, and all of them included this 3 million gallons a day to Savage. What it showed is that even with this ultimate development that we predicted, all these added wells that would be in place, and then also selling that 3 million gallons a day, that under normal circumstances, there would not be any impact at all to the aquifer. That essentially we wouldn't be mining water, and that's a term that means we would be taking more water out of that aquifer that can be recharged naturally through rain and through surface water structures or rivers and ponds and lakes.
Saturation.
Yes. So we looked at that. I included a very technical executive summary of what that study showed. And I do want to point out that they did run one if we got an extended drought for a very long period of time, there could be impacts 30 and 40 years down the line. And what they recommend there is for us to watch our water levels of the aquifer, which we have done since the 50s. We have records. We've put in transducers now that we can watch that almost in real time. We can get 15-minute reads on that. And since the study and before, in the records that we have from the year 2000, we have shown no negligible impact to the aquifer. In fact, some wells we've seen that increase, and we think some of that increase may be a very slight impact of the relationship of Savage not using the deeper water that they have that might have that. We don't know for sure. But we have to submit these water levels to the DNR, daily records. It's an enormous file that we send to them to make sure that we're watching these things and they're in place. We do see, though, in some of the deeper aquifers, we pull from 3 aquifers. One is the Jordan, which is the one we're talking about, and that's a majority of the metro area around here actually gets their water supply from. There's a second deeper aquifer called the FIG, the Franconian Ironton Galesville. We actually have two wells drilled into that. That was at the very strong suggestion of the DNR. They said that if we didn't explore this aquifer, that they wouldn't allow us to drill anymore into the Jordan. And so we drill those, and we get, a Jordan well will give us upwards of 1,500 to almost 2,000 gallons a minute out of that well. The two Fig wells we put in, we get 200 to 400 gallons a minute, and they're much more expensive to do that. Now, since there's not that transmissivity or that water production available in that, when we use those wells during the dry summertime period, those water levels will go down quite a bit, up to 10 to 15 feet. But as we stop using them, that water comes back, but it doesn't recover quite as fast as the Jordan Aquifer does. Now, we have one well into the Mount Simon. The Mount Simon is the deepest aquifer. It's a very productive aquifer, but the DNR made a decision and passed a state statute during the drought of 1988 and 89 that no more wells go into the Mount Simon at all. They just won't even allow it. Even though we're allowed by Minnesota law, we can use so much Mount Simon water per person in Shakopee. I've asked if we could get another Mount Simon well because it makes some sense for us to get that capacity and use different aquifers. But they won't allow us to do that. We stay way under what the allowance is. So it's kind of complicated to do that. But I just want to make sure that when the Met Council comes in and they show their maps, and they show all these red dots in parts of Shakopee, it's a pretty scary looking thing. And I want to assure you we've looked at that very close, and we don't anticipate that with our models showing that at all. They do recognize our model. I've shared that model with Lanya Ross with the Met Council, so they are aware of it, and that's some of the discussions we have, that they say our model is somewhat more accurate, more region specific. The other point I'd like to bring out that was at that scale presentation, that some of the slides they showed indicated that we have to blend because of nitrate issues in town, and they indicated for some crazy reason that we have an arsenic issue here. We've had one detect of arsenic in all of our wells and all the testing that we've done, and that level is less than 10% of what the MCL or maximum contaminant level. So I don't know where they got that information of. I want to take this opportunity to assure the council and to our citizens that we do not have an arsenic issue. We do have elevated levels of nitrate. They don't exceed what the state standard is for that. We do blend those at our own fruition because we think it's the best thing to do. We have a very strict monitoring program for nitrates, which is well above what the state requires. And those results are presented to the commission on a quarterly basis to make sure that they can see what those levels are. And we have seen over time that some of those levels are going down, and we think that's a good thing. But we continue to monitor that because that is an issue. So with that, I appreciate the time just to give kind of our point of view that we feel confident that we've made the right decisions going forward. The one thing on that model, we can take that 3 million gallons a day selling to Savage away. They've made a different decision that they decided to use the quarry and put in a surface water treatment plant there. So that's kind of my diatribe just to do that. So I appreciate the opportunity. And if there's any questions on that, I'd be glad to answer them. I have the entire report if you'd like to see it. We've, the commission is well aware of that, and they know the issues there. And we know one thing that, we're stewards of the utilities and the water and electric supply that we have here, and we're not going to do anything to compromise that. I just want everyone to know that.
Councilor Whiting.
Well, I do want to congratulate you for the best tasting water in
Yep.
the state, for one thing.
Hopefully, in February,
could be
we
the
may find
country.
out, and we might have the best tasting water in the entire nation.
See, we're going to the show. So,
Rates are going up.
Capacity of the Mount Simon,
here?
is it Mount Simon?
Mount Simon.
What was the capacity on that one?
We can get about 1,500 gallons a minute. It's a little more expensive. It's deeper, so it costs more energy to get that water
Are
up
we
and out of the
using
ground.
that well, or you said you only
We
use
do
the Franconia
use that
one?
well, but we don't use it very much. It's kind of, the way our computer system runs that, we set our wells in stages, and we run them, and so they switch around. But typically in the summertime, when we have high demand, all of our wells are running.
Okay, and I want to jump back to that previous conversation we had about we understand that the electrical and MVAC will be as we annex,
Yes.
do that kind of operation. But as far as developing the water project for the second high elevation, that is specifically on a development basis. We're not going to even touch that until we have development out there?
Well, that's correct, but we have to plan for future development. So we have a good idea when these developments are gonna happen, so we know when this infrastructure needs to be put in place. But we're not going to wait until, it's built and they may not have enough water to put those facilities in. They're typically put in conjunction with a project.
Okay.
Do you have a comment on this, or?
Well, Matt was next.
Well, that's what I was asking you, if you had a comment on this. Who's running this
Well,
show,
I'll go-
Commissioner Mars?
I'll wait my turn.
All right, Councilor Lehman.
Does, so it sounds to me like you're telling me our long-term water supply issue is not an issue. For,
I don't want to, I don't know if I can promise that. There's a lot of unknowns that are happening. But, you know, if we would ever get to a point and we go into a severe drought, we don't get the recharge, and we see our water levels dropping, we have other alternatives. We've explored, we had a study done, that we explored that used to be called the Camus Quarry, and some people remember that we had a study done on how we would be able to use that water, because that water essentially just flows into the Minnesota River Basin, that we can use that water to its surface water. There's a lot more cost to treat that and stuff, but we have that supply available
Right.
if we might need that. And we can also use river water.
and
Once-
you've got conservation measures.
Oh, of course, yes. There's
Okay.
a lot of things we think in place. So we think long-term that
Okay.
we're positioned quite well.
Okay, and then, years back, probably Chairman Hellcamp's era on council, I recall something about a certain number of wells being authorized by the DNR. I can't remember the number, but I don't think we've used all that at this point. Am I wrong on that? I think we were authorized, I don't know, 16, 18 or something.
Yeah, we can drill more wells without going to see the DNR, correct?
That's actually not true. They've changed. There's been change in the state statute that the permitting process for wells is not what it used to be. It used to be that you could go ahead and cite, as long as you let the DNR know you're going to do it, you can go ahead and drill the well, you can go online and then get your permit. They're changing the process now that they're going to require to get that permit before that well can be put in production. What's good about that is the process for permitting used to be almost a year. There was the paperwork issue just was a big problem. And they've made a lot of process changes with the DNR that we think the turnaround time to get that permit is more like, we're hoping 90 days. So it becomes kind of a different issue, but it does change. We have to get permitted before we can use a well. We can put it in the ground, but
Well, back then, if I can continue, the locations or the elevations and stuff were already picked out.
right.
And the numbers were picked out, so they were put on notice well in advance what the future held for them.
What we did, because we do have an issue with the DNR, and the DNR says that essentially from Dean Lake to the east, we're not allowed to put any production wells in because there's a potential impact to Boiling Springs and to Dean Lakes. And those are sufficient features that the DNR considers to be enough that they don't want us to allow to do that. So what we did at that point is we had conversations with the DNR and said, okay, with development, and this was when Shakopee was growing very fast, that says, how close can we get to that before you tell us that we can't do it? We have to get things in place now. And that's a property that we purchased at the Church Edition located at, on County Road 83. And so we have a letter saying that they have authorized that site, that we would be able to put that in service without having issues with that. And that's about as close as we can get. And that causes some of the hydraulic problems because we have those big water storage tanks on County Road 18. We had to put those in because we have a difficult time trying to get enough water over the South Bridge because it's somewhat separated to the system there, and we can't put production wells in, so we actually have to transfer that water around, and hydraulically, it makes it kind of difficult. So that's why those two tanks, water storage tanks that we put at County Road 16 and County Road 18 are so very important.
And you have additional locations at the soccer complex.
That's correct.
Okay.
And on that same note, I'm going to ask, are there opportunities with, more opportunities with Savage, Prior Lake, the tribe, for sharing water infrastructure? And if so, is that being discussed?
Are you asking me? I don't-
Anybody.
I'm talking too
Yeah.
much tonight. Let's spread this around a little bit. Yeah, we've had discussions with Prior Lake. Right now, our systems are somewhat far apart, but we know along Pike Lake Trail, they've had some potential developments. We had the potential developments that kind of gone away a little bit with the purchasing of the property by the tribe. But when our systems get close enough, we will definitely have an interconnection, and we've also talked with that with the Shakopee Mubarak and Sioux community, that when those systems are together, it just makes a lot of sense to have that in place. It assures both parties that it's the right thing to do, and like I said, we already have two connections with Savage.
Right. And just so council knows that the Shakopee Mubarak and Sioux and Prior Lake are finalizing
Yep.
an agreement right now for shared water services and things like that. And so as it makes sense, and I don't know when and where it would make sense, just to make sure that we're having those conversations as they come up. Commissioner Mars.
I just want to say about back actually on the growth thing, we stand ready to move forward with infrastructure to supply water and power. Where's the growth gonna occur? We talked about on the west end. We have put a pencil to it in regard to cost, and we have planned. We're certainly not gonna put the infrastructure in there if there's no need. And we're not gonna lead with infrastructure and wait for the need. A lot of that, what happens on the west end, annexation. We are slowly moving to the west, obviously with a new big tank that we're gonna put up off of Wood Deck. There's another tank that could be a little bit more to the west there. But we've looked at that and we're ready to move back. The last time this was gonna get going, up that side of the hills, a $5 to $6 million proposition for the utility, and we look forward to growth returning here in Shakopee.
Beautiful. All right, let's go on to item E, water connection charges and economic development.
Mr. Mayor, this is one that we have talked about from an economic development standpoint.
Sorry, that was a good segue about the development.
All
Sorry.
right. Okay, sorry, I was just making sure I didn't miss somebody, to make sure everybody feels heard and loved and
Thank
all
you.
that
We're all
stuff.
loved.
All right.
And one of the things that we're finding is that as we have smaller companies that want to come in a lot of cases, go into locations which either had never been charged for SAC fees or water connection fees, now we're finding that they have those, which in addition, we're going to probably be talking about the requirement the city has to sprinkle smaller buildings. We saw that with the fire station sale, but that's another subject for another night. But SAC charges right now that the city has is about $2,425 a year. We have, as you're aware, a number of these that were received when RAR went offline, and we'll be looking at, or we have an opportunity to incentivize some folks as they come in with the smaller businesses. One thing that they're also surprised by are the water connection charges, which are that of SPUC, and that usually runs about double what our SAC charges are. Not saying that it's going to be something that we can waive from our standpoint, SAC charges in every case, but you need to be aware it is a problem for some people that would like to move into vacant buildings now or to increase the use of those sorts of things. And in some cases, we're finding that they just can't do that. We wanted to have a discussion tonight. I know SPUC has been a strong partner in some of the things that we've done in the past when it came to Compass data centers and places like that within their electrical service area, but water is another issue, same way as same way as SAC charges that are causing some people to have to look twice at Shakopee. So just wanted to open that up as a discussion.
And to be a little more specific on that, especially on the downtown Main Street corridor, the water connection charges are a huge hurdle for especially getting restaurants and other more water intensive uses in these areas. So I specifically have a couple questions with those. As one, is there opportunity for flexibility with how that is charged, whether that has to be an upfront charge, because we know with all small businesses, the capital going into it is the real kicker for things. And so if that is a possibility to spread that out over time, that we can work with folks for doing those kinds of things. And then secondly, with that is if I could ask a question as to explain where water connection charges come from and how those were decided. I know that changed a few years ago, and have explanation on that. Commissioner McGowan.
That's exactly what I was hoping we could do too. Maybe just a quick overview of what they're for, how they're funded, what the money gets spent on, because I think it might help. And I don't know if John, if you want to be the most articulate.
I think John is the most
he is
articulate
the
on
most
this.
articulate.
You don't mind listening to my voice.
Love
all
the
time.
melodic tones of your voice.
You need a glass of water or?
Our The water system is set up and to be funded by 3 charges. One is our commodity water rate, and that funds the operations that we have of the system, the day-to-day operations that we have, treatment chemicals, takes care of main breaks that we have, infrastructure improvements that we have. The trunk water charge is a charge that is typically paid by the developers, and that's to provide a grid system of water mains into our system to make sure that we can transfer water efficiently over the course of the development of the city. So there's a requirement that new developments in town, they have a certain size water main that's required, and that property has to cross east to west and north to south. So the next adjoining property that goes can hook up and continue the system. So those costs, and I provided, there's a chart here of what our costs are per acre on the trunk water charge.
And
So that
John, and those happen when trunk water charges are assessed at the.
Typically, it happens when water is first made available. So that's the developer as opposed to like a home builder or something like that, that happens. The water connection charge, which seems to be the issue that we're talking about. The water connection charge is a fund that's developed. It's paid as water services connected to our system. That's a charge that funds the production, the storage, and the treatment of the water system. So in essence, what that happens is that when someone new comes to town and hooks up to the water, they have to pay their responsibility for the need of the system to build out. What that means for people like us that live in the system right now, you don't have to pay for all these facilities that we're talking about to service the future expansion of the city. That's paid for by the people that are moving, the businesses, the industries, and the residents that are moving there. So that water connection charge is based on SAC units, which is a SAC unit, and you well know that is typically what the Met Council determines to be what a typical residential home would use on that charge. So what we do, and what our policy states, is that based on the determination of SAC units for that property, whether it's a home, whether it's a business, whether it's an industry, the number of SAC units that's determined by the Met Council is the number of the water connection units that we pay. And presently, our water connection charge is $4,738 per SAC unit. So hopefully that was clear enough to understand, but that's how our system is funded.
Commissioner Whiting, Councilor Whiting, sorry.
Thank you. My question is if there's a business that's already built, maybe it was built 100 years ago,
Yep.
now somebody wants to come in,
Yep.
take it over, buy it,
Yep.
and do maybe another use for that.
Yep.
Are you saying that we're charging them again for the increase in SAC units? You're charging them more of the water access?
What I'm saying is on those determinations, they had to send that information and determined by the Met Council if there's an increase in SAC units, that has to be paid. Now, the SAC units is determined that that new business coming in town might have a sprinkler system they didn't have before. That new business might be expanding or using for different services. So what a lot of people may not understand is that we also have to supply the water needed for fire suppression. So these sprinkler systems that they need that they're not going to use in case of a fire, hopefully that'll never happen, but we have to have the ability to be able to serve that. So when a mega business comes in town or warehouse space, there's a lot of costs that we have to incur to make sure that we can provide that adequate fire suppression and for their domestic needs that they have. So yes, in determinations and such as that, there can be an increase in that SAC unit, and then based on the SAC unit determination, we have the water connection charge based on that.
All right, we got Councilor Yost, Commissioner.
That's okay.
Terry.
I've been both. There you go.
Kathy,
The
Matt.
one thing I'd like to do too is, when you're asked that question about the WAC and the water and the charges, is look at the water rates as well. If you put that next to it, that really tells more of the whole picture. Because if you look at each one individually, our water rates look like they're really low, which they're very competitive in the marketplace. And our access charges are very competitive in the marketplace as to where we are to the other cities. And if you look, we do differ on our charges from commercial and industrial to residential. So most of the other cities don't. The commercial industrial pays the same. So I think, in order to get a really good picture of our water charges, we really need to look at both of them together. So
But
you
I'm
get a
gonna
better idea.
push back against that a little bit because, did you wanna push back against that?
I'll
No,
push
go
back
ahead.
on it a little bit. Just
Right.
having started a business that was in a coffee shop. We decided to add a shower to our business, and it doubled our SAC charges. I would argue that we were using any more water than the coffee shop was, and why that would have doubled that price.
And along with that, when you're starting a new business, which is one of our big focuses, obviously, for the downtown Main Street corridor and all over the city, anytime you're starting a new business, upfront capital is the biggest problem with doing those kinds of things. And there's no way that a bank will finance, that banks don't finance for water connection charges and SAC charges. And that's where we run into the issue with these things, is they don't finance for those types of things. So the water being low is great, but it doesn't do anything for helping to get, so there's a restaurant that wants to locate in downtown Shakopee, in between SAC and water connection charges, it's well over 30 grand just for a small restaurant, and those are really difficult. And I know that we've lost other companies just simply because of this charge. So if there's a way where we can figure out how to spread that out over time and figure out a way to pull that around a little bit, I don't know. And that's one thing that I'd like to continue to discuss. Councilor Lehman.
Couple of questions. Am I understanding this water access charge to include the trunk charge, the connection fees, and there was one other one in there? But all three of them combined are the, no?
No, the first one that I talked about was just our water rates, and that
Right.
funds our operations fund.
Yep.
So that's separate when a lot of people.
That's your
in-
water bill.
Yeah, and I've had a lot of conversations with city staff, and the terms, that people use the WAC charge or water availability charge. Some cities do that. Our WAC charge that we call is actually two separate things. One is water connection charge and the trunk water charge, and I think that's what you're referring
Yep.
to. And that's probably the most common way that a lot of the cities do that.
Okay. And it's the two combined that come up to that number.
That's correct, but they're paid by different entities, so it's not paid all at once. One typically
Okay.
is paid by the developers, one is typically paid by
Alright.
the property owner or the person that's building or renting and leasing out that
Okay.
property.
Second question is, when a business flips over to a new use, does the Met Council, or you add a shower, does the Met Council at that point come in and determine the SAC credit changes on that property, which trigger your end changes?
The SAC unit determination is sent to the city forwards that to us, and that's what we base that charge on, yes.
Okay.
The SAC, number of SAC
Units.
units is
Units,
typically
right.
determined
Not
by
credits,
the
but-
Metropolitan Council.
So,
D- d- It's,
so if you take,
it's always determined by the Met
Yes.
Council.
so if you,
Always determined by.
not always correctly by the Met
Right.
Council, but.
Well, I will say that too, because ours, we were contacted 2 to 3 times about adding more money. And so that becomes a problem too.
So, okay. Council. Anyway,
I'm with you.
there was one other question that I had. Shoot, I lost my train of thought. Oh,
Sorry, Matt.
oh yeah, it was, it's a prime example of government coming in and telling you what's best for you. It's best that you have a fire suppression system in your business that takes a great big giant pipe that stands there and does nothing until you have a fire, instead of paying $10 more per month on your insurance in case the place burns down with a cost replacement guarantee. That's big government causing businesses hardships to try to start a business, okay? And now they wanna do it to residential. Think of what that's gonna do. Government needs to let individuals make decisions with their own money on their own investments.
Well, it's only partially fair there, because
Well,
these,
it's
like,
my
these
opinion.
charges, the water connection charges and the SAC charges are real costs that need to be, sewer needs to go somewhere for the most part. Whether they're allocated correctly is a whole nother
Exactly.
thing. But it's a real charge that needs to be handled somehow. It's just how we
Cost-
handle it.
The cost of that water connection and that water availability is, we're hearing from the utilities that in order to fire suppress this size building, you're gonna have to have a pretty massive line coming in with a pretty big capacity that's required to be looped and come in multiple directions and all that stuff. There's a cost to that.
Right.
So,
We'll get to Councilor Luce first. Councilor Luce.
Does the Met Council mandate that the water connection charges be paid upfront? Could they be spread out over?
I
They
don't think
do
the Met
water.
Council has any authority over water connection charges
Don't give me
whatsoever.
any
They just-
Yeah, don't, not yet,
Yeah.
yeah.
But they just determine what the amount is.
They determine what the SAC
SAC
units are,
units.
and
Right,
our
okay.
policy is based on the SAC unit determination.
Is there a possibility that Spuck could back them off, take payments, so that we can get some of these businesses started?
And that's what I'd like to talk about. There's three things, if I may bring up, and one is one of your first questions, that we have allowed customers to make that over a 3-year period to make those payments. So we do have that availability to those customers. That was authorized by the commission, I believe, 2 years ago, maybe if I'm right.
And how would someone do that?
And what's the
They have to
qualifications?
talk to Joe Adams, who's our planning and engineering director, in those discussions. That can be made available.
Okay.
The second thing I'd like to point out is that, I'm gonna forget things, is that one of the reasons why you may hear from contractors, developers around here that our water connection charges are higher than other cities. The reason why some of these, this chart that I show is some of these cities, their water connection charges are high, is because they're cities that are still developing. They have quite a bit of area that they can develop into. Cities such as St. Louis Park or Minneapolis or Maple Grove. No, Maple Grove's probably not a good example too, but they're already built out, so they don't have to put a lot of more infrastructure in. So I think that's one of the reasons why we have that. And the third point I'd like to point out is that there is a process when you have a SAC determine that, SAC unit determination that you disagree with, that can be petitioned back to the Met Council to relook at that. Because in a lot of cases, what they have, we use the term, and I don't know if I'm getting in trouble saying that, but they have a cookbook. So a gas station kind of falls under this SAC unit, or a restaurant falls under that. So in some cases, they may not look specifically at that. So there have been cases in Shakopee where businesses have petitioned to have that relooked at, and their SAC unit determination has gone down.
But I will say, as a business, who tells us that? You know, when we were starting, there was nobody to give me that information that I could challenge that. So that's a big problem there.
Probably die of old age before it gets.
Exactly, so, and you wanna start your business and open it.
Mayor, I think everyone needs to understand the process a little bit better. First of all, the Met Council does not let businesses appeal the determination. It requires that the city appeal the determination.
That's correct.
And the only way, in my experience, and I've got about 38 years of experience, most of it in the metro area, where you get that change, and we tried to go through it with the Barron's Market on reuse, is when you can demonstrate that they actually paid more SAC units than the Met Council gave them credit for in doing the math from their handbook. A lot of those businesses, a lot of those buildings that you referred to in the 101 and downtown corridor were constructed and came into being as businesses before 1969, when the Met Council Environmental Services predecessor came into being. And so there is no record to demonstrate that they paid something that they should be given credit for. So it's very, very difficult in this part of the city to mount that kind of appeal offensive, and they require that the city does it. We've also had the experience, and this goes back to the Met Council having funding issues for the regional system, of them coming in and auditing uses and saying, yeah, okay, when you came in, you paid 3 SAC units. Now we think you owe 18 or 23. Well, as soon as that happens, then the water connection charges increase by that same number, 18 or 23. And you've got a business that's sitting there saying, wait a minute, we took out building permits, we had a determination, what's going on? We think you're using water differently than you did when you first came in. How do you appeal that?
Bureaucracy, you gotta love it.
We're gonna go, Commissioner Mars has been extremely patient with me, thank you.
No,
sir.
that's fine. Mr. Leake's comments are very important, and I respect him. You know, when I go back what Terry Yost was talking about, looking at the charges and the water rates, I've never seen a developer that likes a fee. And if you want to take it personal, open up your cable bill and look at the taxes based off the charge of the cable. The taxes are 12–13% of your base rate. No one likes fees. Our city has had long history, and I've heard that, oh, your fees are too high. I've done a lot of studying in and looking at it, and here's just one simple example. There's 5 cities listed here. We're the second lowest. Prior Lake's almost twice as much as we are. Are they suffering? Are they got businesses that saying no? Savage is depending, a commercial is $1,000 more, a little cheaper if you're a resident. Chanhassen is $1,000 cheaper, or $1,500 cheaper. Chaska's a couple thousand cheaper. Then you look at our rates. So to say that our rates are out of whack, I don't believe that's true. And here's the math. Just do the math. And I understand when a building or the fire hall, the use changes. And either it was built back in the 1940s before the Met Council started or kept track, and then the use changes, or you can argue all you want. This is to pay for infrastructure either that you're gonna use or the massive infrastructure of the Met Council. But when it comes down to a local level, when they say, oh, your power rates are too high, or your water, your connection charges, all the developers say we're too high. And I say, no, we're not. We're very competitive or in the middle. And I've said that for 20 years and will continue to say that. Because well, geez, go to Prior Lake, 14.5. I can come to Shakopee and save half that amount. And yes, does it have an impact on a small business? Absolutely. It's tough. But I don't think we're out of whack here in our community.
Councilor Whiting?
Yeah, I just wanted to hit a little bit on the Met Council thing. There is Met Council, I hate to defend the Met Council here, just so you
Then
know.
don't.
Yeah,
There are
exactly.
Met Council engineers that you can call, and the problem that I've run into is that it's a 3-year permit. So you need to go through that cycle to come in and look at it again in 3 years. The other thing is if there's any changes in the use, like you mentioned, you added a shower. They're always looking for other uses. And what I've used is water used in product and things like that to deduct from what I've used off the city well and what's supposedly going down the sewer. But that's just to address that. But I want to get back to some of these local downtown businesses real quick. Is there a potential to work out a grant program or some other program for trying to help the 101 corridor specifically?
There's always a potential. You know, to date, we haven't been presented with a need. So now that we've become aware of it, it's something we can think about. It isn't something that we have done historically. Be new territory for us. We'll have to make a determination as to how we're gonna fund it. Equity and fairness to the other ratepayers and other people that have paid. It sounds to me like we have a very unique situation in a small part of town that we need to, the city has some significant issues there with SAC units. But one of the things, I know I've heard a lot of conversation tonight about things that are the council's arena. You know, you're the political body in town, you're the governing body, and a lot of this kind of goes towards that direction. Over at the utility, we're a business enterprise, and we typically don't dabble in the political arena. We restrain ourselves to our business enterprise. We sell water, we sell electricity, and we operate and maintain those systems. And we try to do that at the lowest possible cost for everybody. And bear in mind, when you look at our WAC units, we just had a review of where our system's going to expand. It's gonna expand in a higher elevation. So we can't use in-ground water storage, we need tanks up high, we need more wells. So we look at that and we have a fund that we're gonna pay for that with, and it's designed and analyzed to be at $0 once the system's completed. And our staff spends a huge amount of time in determining and looking at that. Okay, this is what it's gonna cost. Those costs go up every year. We know what we have to build from our CIP. We need to look at the fund. Is the fund healthy and happy? You know, is it providing the money we need to pay for what we need to build? And that expansion typically comes from new customers. It's very atypical that it comes from the downtown area that's been on the system for so long, so it's a unique situation. So to get into that arena, I don't know if that would be that's something that the commission's gonna have to go back and consider. You know, do we wanna start to get in outside of the business enterprise model that we typically function in and start dabbling into the political arena, or is that more appropriate for the council and the Downtown Development Fund and your economic development people to create, manage, and make decisions on who gets the benefit from? That to me sounds a little outside of our expertise. Maybe more appropriately, if we find ourselves with some excess funding somewhere, we could maybe make a contribution to the economic development entity at the city or some other means. But we're not swimming in money. We run a very thin margin. We haven't raised our rates for a couple of years. Our wholesale costs have risen. We've absorbed those costs and not passed them on. So we're not really deep-pocketed and we didn't establish and we don't operate our business enterprise to generate excess revenue for those particular ventures.
And with what you say there is absolutely correct, as you guys do masterfully run the business enterprise, and that's I don't think anybody can question that whatsoever. But on the flip side of that is that we're all serving the residents of Shakopee, and at least from my perspective, and I can speak from others of council, is that I am looking for a little additional flexibility on things and more connectedness to the community and the community needs that way. And whether you're going to categorize that as a political needs or however you want to categorize that, I guess I wouldn't categorize it that way. But I would just more responsiveness to what is going on within the community that way. And I hope that makes a little more sense. I think you're probably getting that from this conversation today, is this is a little different tone than I think we've ever had before when I've watched these meetings and sat down with them, is that we're all serving the residents, trying to figure out the best way to possibly do that, and being 100% or 90% in the business realm of things is not at least where I would like to see us be, and not to shift wholesale by any means, but most of you guys have been in this seat before, and just to do a little more recognizing of what that looks like and where those needs are, if that makes sense. I'm gonna let Commissioner Yost go next.
Well, just a couple things. First of all, every one of us here that owns a house that was built after probably, whenever they came online with this fee, have paid that. When we bought our houses, that was included in the price of the house. Now, the ones prior to that didn't pay that. This fees that we have, this is putting that water tank up on Wood Duck Trail. This is putting that infrastructure in the ground. That's what this fee does. Is it important? Yes. I personally paid this 4 or 5 years ago.
Recently.
Yeah, because we did get sewer and water in my development, and this is one that they would not finance. This is something I had to go write a check out down here at City Hall and pay my water access charge and sewer access charge. And it was somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000, plus the construction costs. So do I understand that it's expensive? Yeah, I do. But I think sitting, and this is the other side that you get when you sit over here, is you get an understanding of how important it is to have those funds to be able to do those projects. I understand it's a issue for new people coming online, but in all practical purposes, a lot of the First Avenue places probably didn't pay anything. So they've never paid a charge for that. In fact, I know there's a few places here, and maybe they're not anymore, that aren't even hooked to the sewer yet. So that is one of those things that we need to do. I would be more of a proponent of maybe stretching it out for 3 years, and John says we have a program that we can use that. I think we need to be cognizant that this is important to have these charges to ensure that long-term that we can provide the water to the community, which I think is
just as important as bringing the business in. But we'll do what we can.
And to be clear, I'm not asking whatsoever for fees
Right,
to
yeah, we
be
understand.
eliminated or anything like that. I'm just saying that have more flexibility with how that is all handled. Councilor Lehman.
My mind, well, Terry abstained from that vote, by the way, to assess that to his house. If we're asking the utilities to change their fee structure for the First Avenue area, somebody else is gonna pay for that. So we're basically asking them, if that's what we're asking them, which I'm not in favor of asking, to subsidize one area and have another area pay for it, I'm opposed to that. If utilities wants to subsidize somebody, subsidize the seniors on a fixed income without a nest egg, okay? That's where my preference would be, although I don't think it's proper to subsidize one group and make another group pay for it. The system you got in place is supposed to be fair for all. And hopefully I have confidence in the folks that I've approved over the years to do that job, which I do. I think the issue really needs to be scun at the Met Council on the SAC credit or SAC unit allocation, because if all you did was add a shower, in my mind, is pretty simple. Run it over to the same pipe that this drain runs into, and you haven't expanded your
Exactly.
net outflow of sewer. But I'm sure the Met Council looks at it from a standpoint of how much can we suck from a rock, you know? And they seem to do that with their transportation, with everything else they do. Now, there's a political football, if you wanna have that discussion, that really needs to be had on a state level. This group has no accountability to nobody. They
But we're
don't-
not gonna have it tonight.
They
that's
don't
for sure.
represent Scott County, and they haven't in a very long time. And it's just unfortunate that the average citizen doesn't know that and doesn't do anything about it, and doesn't demand action on that. But that's my 3 cents.
We had Commissioner Olson first, then President Hellcamp, then Councilor Luce, and then we'll continue to go here. Commissioner Olson.
I just had a couple of thoughts here. Basically, Kathy, your problem seems really silly. Is it fair? Absolutely not. But if I understood Michael Leak correctly, we can't really do anything about that. That's something that the city has to take up with the Met Council. I don't know what the SPUC Commission could possibly do for that.
That's not what I said. What I said is that the SAC charge being doubled was not okay, but I also did not, and we were not made aware that there was somebody that we could complain to. That was the other piece of that. And that's where I'm saying there is a disconnect with those businesses coming in here.
Okay. Also, as far as us being more of a, as you say, political involvement, I think the best thing we could do is, for businesses and everything, is to keep the lowest rate possible for as long as possible. It's not necessarily, we're not a bank. We don't give you money to connect to us, but we can work with you over the course of a few years. I just think the best thing for the community, if we're gonna serve this community, is to keep that rate as low as possible. And that was my 2 cents on that.
President Hellcamp.
Great, and that's what we've been doing for decades. But I wanted to circle back, and I appreciate your perspective, Matt, and it kind of drives home my point a little bit. If the fees that get paid downtown get adjusted, those costs shift off to somebody else. And it's our feeling at the commission that those decisions need to be made by elected officials, not us. We're appointed, but when there's a cost shift or a fairness issue, that's something that the elected officials, which is you guys, the community elected you to make those decisions on their behalf. And to my previous point, that's your responsibility.
Councilor Luce.
Up until tonight, I was not aware that you gave them 3 years, which I think is a great thing. I mean, if we could push it out a little more, it'd be fantastic, but we can work with 3. And a lot of the businesses didn't know that.
I didn't know that, yeah.
No, I had no idea, and, if you can take a $30,000 bill and spread it over 3 years, that helps a whole lot. I mean, it makes it a little more livable. As far as you making a donation to the city for downtown redevelopment or anything like that, that would be fantastic. The only thing I ask, if you do that, give us some guidelines on how you want it spent.
Mr. Loney?
Mayor, member of the council, and commission, I just want to make one point, because I know when we did our trunk sanitary sewer policy, we exempted what we called Old Shakopee, because there was different requirements back then how things were paid. We were paid through assessments, mainly for trunks, and how facilities, maybe should look into the fact, how are the facilities for production, treatment, and how was that done for storage? How was that done prior to the water connection fee? I think the downtown, a lot of the old part of Shakopee, which if you realize, they all grew up, went up the hill, they had to pay something to put a water tower in, and they had to pay something to put a well in. They might have paid through the rates back in whenever they did, I don't know. But that's just something to check into. Because I think that's what we looked at when we did the trunk sanitary sewer. We exempted the area because through assessments, they did pay their trunks.
If I could add
Thank you,
just
sir.
one thought to that.
Yep.
Thank you. And a lot of the historical record talks about selling subscriptions for different projects, and that's how they did it. They went door to door. Somebody was in charge of that, and that's out there. So to say they didn't pay is not correct, because back in history,
They may have.
they paid a different way. So.
Right. Got paid somehow. Okay, we've got 2 items left here. Item 7F, franchise agreements for other utilities, with other utilities. And I think this is Mr. Crooks.
Yeah, this is an item that the board wanted us to add to the agenda, and it's just somewhat informational. We'd like to point out that we make a contribution to the city that we term a pilot fee, which is payment in lieu of taxes. I've attached a history of how those contributions to the city have grown with the growth of Shakopee. We like to believe that we're, besides keeping our rates as low as we can for our customers, and also contributing quite a bit of money to the general fund in the form of almost $2.3 million this year in free services and pilot transfer fees, that we also help the citizens of this community by helping keep maybe the tax rate lower, contributing to city services that are provided too. So we'd like to point that out. And I don't want to speak for the board here too, but when we redeveloped the calculations for this city contribution, it was based on discussions that took place with the city, was considering they have franchise agreements with MVEC and XL Energy to serve those electric services in the city. But they don't have a franchise fee, which is somewhat more common in cities across the metro area. We would just like to express that we feel it would be more of a fair playing field if the city might want to pursue that stream of revenue by imposing a franchise fee, which we believe that our city contribution is somewhat a franchise fee, to make it a fair playing field, because the amounts, as you see, these calculations are somewhat significant. It's almost 25% of all of our water sales we donate or we contribute to the city. And on the water side, it's, I believe, 2.3%. So it's significant, and it affects our rates too. We just feel that, it's not quite a fair playing field that we have to have our rates incorporate these costs when XL and MVC doesn't when they serve in the territory. Plus, we think it's a benefit that the city might not mind a little bit of revenue stream coming from other utilities that do service in Shakopee. And with that, I don't know if the board wants to.
Well, so to be clear, I just want to make sure you're suggesting that we impose franchise fees.
We're not
upon,
suggesting that.
or
We would just like to look at that. I know you
discuss
looked
it?
at it before, and the issue, because of some concerns on some industries in town, that it wasn't implemented. We just think that, we'd like to ask you to maybe look at that issue again.
So you're not suggesting?
Just kidding.
I'll suggest if you.
All right,
like.
Commissioner
I'll go ahead
McGowan.
and tell you, I'd suggest.
All
it.
right,
I
there you
mean,
go.
this is one we've been talking about for a long time. I mean, I came to Truth and Taxation meeting 12 years ago and stood up and talked about it. And I think it's important because there's a disparity, unfortunately. All ratepayers are not residents, and all residents are not ratepayers. And so there's money going into the general fund that benefits the people of Shakopee, the residents of Shakopee, that isn't being paid by all people who live in the city. I think that's an important distinction. I know it's very fuzzy. It's a lot of layers. A lot of people don't understand really how the money that's being collected by the utility ends up in their general fund, but it is. It's part of the way that the government's funded. And so yeah, I mean, me as a ratepayer, more than me as a commissioner, is asking you to consider that there are businesses and there are residences that aren't contributing to that chunk of the general fund, and I think it would be something to consider.
All right. Councilor Wet.
So this would only apply to those outside of the city limits that are on SPUC services?
No, this would be people inside the city limits that aren't on SPUC services.
Excel and
So,
MVC.
Excel, NBC.
Well, I'm seeing it the opposite, because there's folks that live outside the city limits that are on SPUC services that enjoy the benefits of all the infrastructure that the city has built that they use as their playground.
I guess that's true.
I might just bring up an example. I actually live in Prior Lake, but I'm in a SPUC service territory. So I'm a ratepayer. Prior Lake has a franchise fee agreement with SPUC. So on my bill, I pay $1.50 a month that goes to the city of Prior Lake, but also incorporated in my rates is a city contribution. So I feel as a ratepayer, I kind of get double dinged. Just to point out that that's how it may affect people in Prior Lake. I'm not saying.
So, I just wanna understand what we're trying to do here. So you're basically wanna make this dollar go away?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Replace it with
Absolutely
a
not,
franchise
absolutely
fee.
not.
No.
We willingly give those contributions to the city. We're not in any way, shape, or form saying that we're gonna lower that fee, that we're not. I'm showing you in the resolution that with the growth of the city, that contribution from SPUC will go up over time. I'm not saying that we wanna pay less. We just think that the other utilities might wanna pay a fair share too, because they don't have to pay this franchise fee that they do in other cities.
Where would the franchise fee go?
To the city.
To you? That's your
Yeah.
call.
Yeah, not to us.
President Hellcamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Seems a lot of questions here on, why are we bringing this forward?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that the council or the city understands that what happened back in 1982, when this got established, the city was talking about a franchise fee for everybody. SPUC moved forward with that and started doing this contribution. The other utilities didn't come along for the ride. So, a lot of council members come and gone over the years, so it's one of those, we're sharing information with you. There's an inequity out there, and we've been under a lot of pressure from the council and from Minnesota, trying to get these new businesses in. They're your rates, you're comparing our rates to everybody else's. Well, we pay this franchise fee basically, we gotta build that into our rates. Our competitors, that they're looking at, who, by the way, even with this, we are still significantly less costly than, you'll see that in the documents. But they don't have to pay that. So we've been getting pressured to, adjust, be more competitive with our rates and stuff. Well, here's an opportunity to level the playing field for us, for you to help us.
Thank you. Mr. McNeil.
Just to give a little more background on this, actually, it's been more recently than 1982. 2000.
Look at it again. Well, when we started doing the contribution,
We've done a contribution since we were formed back in the 50s.
it was 82 that the last time that.
Well, there's been changes we've always had a city contribution, and the formula, the way that's calculated, has changed over time. The last time it was changed in 2002 based on a franchise fee kind of formula that was developed.
That was based on the discussion that the city council in 2000 had.
Yep.
At that time, as I recall some of the numbers on that, the majority of the usage in Shakopee, there were 5 large employers, and most of them are east along 101, consumed as much electricity as the other 96% of the community that was under SPUC at that time. So there was a discussion by the council about imposing a franchise fee. Keep in mind, the franchise fee that goes to Excel and folks like that, that's a pass-through. That goes on to the bills of the large employers in town. And as might be expected, they were not supportive of that, and the council at the time said, well, okay, maybe we can do something as far as making it revenue neutral. And people weren't ready to adjust rates for that. So at that point, I mean, it is correct that Shakopee Public Utilities added that and the other utilities in town did not. If you choose to do that, understand that you'll get pushback from the large employers that are served by Excel and those sorts of things. Now, it would be up to you as far as what you would want to use that for. Maybe you put that into a special fund for economic development. Who knows, or it goes to lower taxpayers bills for everyone else. But there has been discussion on it. It's been recent. It is one that, quite frankly, previous councils chose not to follow through once you had that issue on the table.
Wouldn't that also hit our large employers here?
Yes.
I think, yes, marginally, for whatever additional rates that Shakopee Public Utilities has to charge its customers, including commercial industrial, that's potentially at the benefit of the other folks who are out there not served by SPOC.
So we, in effect, would be telling potential large employers that want to come to Shakopee, come on in. We're gonna nail you with a franchise fee.
No.
I don't see it
That
that
would
way.
build into the rates of the utility that serves that particular customer.
Well, we will put this on for future workshop to discuss further. Does that work, Mr. McNeil?
Sure.
Council?
I think
I
you
would
might
go
want
with
to
that.
ask them how
I'd
about
have to, I obviously gotta understand it more.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll put it on for future discussion. All right. So last item, 7G, utility rates for electricity and water.
What would you like?
Commissioner Mars.
Put you on the
your
spot.
gig.
And we do have the best tasting water of our nearest competitors. Our water rates are very, very competitive. And when you go back to the big charges, it's all on how you do the math. Who are we competing against? Are we competing against these towns on this list? I think we're very competitive at a residential rate of 205. John, do you pay Prior Lake Water at 365? Do the math on that. Is that a 70% more? Savage, $1 more on a $2 bill, that's a 50% increase. Their base charge may be higher or lower. I think our water rates are very competitive. I think we are very competitive on our biggest charges. It's all on how cities fund things. Well, I'll keep my base rates low and then run the water up real high as far as an ongoing use. So, I take pride in that. I will go back, just one comment on the pilot fee that we call it. We don't call it a franchise fee. This is, to me, is a sense of pride, because the utility does provide low rates in water and electricity. Plus, we pay in lieu of taxes to the city of Shakopee, which is about $2.2 million last year, which is, I think, over 10% of the levy budget here in town, and about $16, $17 million, give or take. It's a sense of pride, but we do want to look at a level playing field. In the electrical rates, the same analysis is there. The different utilities that provide power to our companies, or to our town, have higher base rates or lower base rates or a higher kilowatt hour. We just entered into a brand new 40-year contract with a new power supplier several years ago. They're looking long-term. There's 12 members in MMPA. They're very, very competitive at the wholesale level. I would put up our utility power rates up against anybody, and it's all on how you look at it, because some of those companies, will charge you low here, but, well, we'll get you here, or we'll give you an interim rate. I've heard that about businesses coming to and want to go for Excel. We'll give you the starter rate. That'll last 1 year.
That's what Excel has done, yeah.
And then you're a regular customer.
Right.
I used a cable bill as a prime example. They love doing that too. Just sign sign up for, and it's $99 a year until that goes away after 6 months, and then it's $150. How do you want to bring in businesses? I want to bring in businesses here with economical power and water, and no surprises.
I like the no surprises part.
And the best tasting water.
And the best tasting water. Yeah, we can't hit that one enough tonight, can we? All right. Any further discussion on those items at all? Councilor Lehman.
Looks like you're right in the middle on your residential comparison.
These are,
What I'd like to point out on,
These ones here are lower and these ones here are higher.
if I can comment on that?
Please.
Water is pretty easy in comparison wise. Electricity is a little more complicated. I've shared just some of the spreadsheets that we work with as we continually compare our rates against what we believe is our competition, which is XL and MVEC. So this one spreadsheet that I showed is just a comparison that we did with the latest increase that XL has asked for with the PUC. They have, because they're investor-owned and because they represent a very large area and they're different than, they have a different business model, they have to make profit to sell to their, to provide for their shareholders. Any rate increase they have has to go before the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. Because we're locally governed, we're locally owned, we're able to assess those rates without the impact of having the state approve those in place. So just so you kind of know why the XL is constantly going before the PUC trying to get the rate increases. They ask for a lot, they get a little, so next year they have to do the same thing. I provided a spreadsheet showing how their increases over just the last 5 or 6 years are quite a bit different than ours. I've shown a comparison on trying to relate just residential costs on the XL to SPUC rate analysis. This is done by one of our engineers and rate analysis that we have on staff. We also do one on the industrial side, and we actually provide that to our customers. One customer that's very interested in the difference in those rates is Imagine Print Solutions. They actually are in our service territory. Across the street is XL's. So they're very concerned that there's an appearance that XL has a lower rate based on just a quick view of there. So we do a very specific analysis, and we provide that to them to assure them that our rates are and continue to be lower than XL. The final sheet that I'm showing is actually the member communities that are in MMPA. That's our wholesale power provider that we belong to. We buy our electricity from them, we provide it, and then we put that in and we do the distribution of that electricity to our customers. These are all the member communities that are in MMPA. So these communities have the exact same wholesale power cost. Every month, it's exactly the same. So I bring this chart just to show you that even in cities that have the same wholesale cost, we're the largest city of that member, that we are still competitive on that, which shows that our overhead costs are very much in line with what other communities to have. The one thing I'd like to point out on this chart is Buffalo. Buffalo, their electric department has been trying to get an increase in their electric rates for quite a long time, and they've been unsuccessful. So they supplement their fees with some very stiff. We have what's called a adjustment clause that's on our bill. We call it a PCA, or power cost adjustment, that businesses especially are aware of, and even our customers. The PCA charges they have in Buffalo is very, very high. Ours, we believe, is somewhat minimal. So that's why, you know, we're kind of in the middle of the pack of that. But that's showing with the exact same wholesale costs how we provide that retail service that we're comparable to. So it's, sometimes I say it's somewhat on the electric side, it's difficult to do the apples to apples comparison, but we can do a fruit to fruit analysis and be pretty darn close on that.
Nice. Mr.
Just a
Mars.
comment about our power supplier that, that the MMPA, that organization that I believe is very looking out ahead 40, 50 years, that there was a new member, Elk River, which actually left Great River Energy. Major decision for that, to leave their current wholesale supplier of power and to come to the MMPA after long-term analysis. It's an analysis we did 5, 6 years ago when we joined, and it again was done by Elk River, and Elk River felt long-term to get away from Great River to come to the MMPA because of their vision and their infrastructure, what they're doing for power. I think it just bodes well for the organization that being a member and having low wholesale rates is the best way to go.
Yeah. I have a couple of annual reports, the latest one from MMPA, to show you that we're very involved in renewables. Our power agency has essentially no exposure to coal, so we're very much on the green side. We have, our agency owns the largest municipally owned wind farm in the state of Minnesota, and we also have just opened up what's called a biogas plant in LeSueur. You may have heard about that in the media. We actually take silage and manures, and we digest that and produce a methane gas, and we store that gas and we sell it when the market is positive, and we can sell that and kind of make that. We also own the Faribault Energy Park that you might see on 35, so they're very innovative. If you'd like to see, I have 4 of those here.
Thank you. Commissioner McGowan, and then we'll.
And I was going to sing the same praises. Our utility managers maybe being a little bit modest, because Shakopee is the largest member of the MMPA. We buy more power than almost all the other members put together, I think.
Yes.
Pretty close. And as a leadership group, Shakopee's playing a big part in the leadership of the organization as well. Great organization, really well run. The Faribault plant, if you ever get a chance to go down there and see it, is amazing. It's super high tech. It's one of the fastest starting plants in the country. I mean, it's got all kinds of award-winning stuff. It's great. I know you spoke at their annual meeting, I think, a couple of summers ago, if I remember right.
Yeah.
When they were here at Shakopee.
Yeah.
So
Hi. I didn't really speak. I just said hello and welcome. Yeah.
But yeah, take a look in the pamphlets. It's a really the importance of signing the 40-year contract for us was it's a long-term play on keeping the rates low and making sure that we've got a sustainable, cost-effective power supply for the residents. And we should all be really happy that Shakopee has invested in MMPA. I think it's a big feather in our hat.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you very much, Councilor Lehman.
He says we should all be happy that that Shakopee did this. I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to say I'm happy that you guys have done this for us. Put the recognition where it belongs.
Exactly. And with that, I want to thank commissioners for all the work you do serving the community and handling all of this. You do a phenomenal job, and really want to thank you for all that you do. So thank you for being here tonight to discuss this with us. There was a lot of stuff, and I think we had a great conversation about all the different things that are going on, and we will need to do it again soon. Not wait so long between them. President Helgam.
Thank you. And same to you guys. You work very, very hard, and some of us been on the council. We know how hard that is. And then we need to adjourn out first.
Go for it.
So, Terry?
Make a motion to adjourn to May 19th at the Utilities Center at 5 o'clock.
Second?
Thank you, Jordan. We have a motion and a second. Discussion? 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 Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll entertain a motion for
A 7-minute recess.
7-minute recess. Seconded. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passed unanimously. We are in recess.
7 minutes.
The meeting. We are pulling the meeting back together to continue workshop at 8A, revisions of City Code Section 11.60, Subdivision 9, Tree Management Regulations.
Mayor and Council, this was tabled at the last meeting, and I think there was a desire to get some further information. What is before you tonight is a bulleted summary of what was presented at the last council meeting. Beyond that, before you, you've got choices. The recommendation is to choose between one of three. One, keep the ordinance as it is. Secondly, there are a number of changes which have been proposed and were reviewed at the last meeting, that second option. And third option is there was some discussion in terms of not making this applicable to commercial industrial. And if you choose to do that, the alternative there would be to beef up the landscaping requirements for commercial industrial. So with that, unless there's other questions or other comments, I guess, from either Jacob or Jamie, we'd open it up to questions.
You wanna?
I guess I can address some of the issues that seem to be addressed or thought were issues the last meeting, which were the financial security and the tree inventory. And one thing I just want to make sure that everyone knows is the financial security is only required when replacement trees are required. And with this ordinance, a good portion of the developments would not have replacement trees. therefore would not require a financial security. And if they would require financial security, which pretty much every development right now requires a financial security for replacement trees, and that's kept in full for 2 years, this would not be kept in full for 2 years. Only 25% of it would after the initial planting was done. And a tree inventory also seemed to be a topic the last meeting, and that's also something that's required currently and is in pretty much all the communities that I researched, to do a full tree inventory of all the significant trees on that site. And it did have kind of an out in the ordinance that was presented last time, but I guess it didn't give that much detail. I put a little greater detail in the ordinance that I attached this time, which that's the only change from the last time you saw it. But it just pretty much outlines in the situation where there's a large area of woodlands that are not going to be altered or graded, or there's a large area that absolutely they don't have much flexibility in planning around any of those, that a sample survey could be taken, which wouldn't involve tagging any of the trees, or identifying every significant tree. They could use that to come up with a total diameter inch for that site, which would then allow for developing the allowable removal on that site. And a few things just to go over the options. So like Mr. McNeil said, the first option was to keep the tree management regulations in place with no amendments. The second one was to adopt the proposed. And the third option, I think, it sounds really good in theory, but I really do not think it will work practically. The moratorium that was put in place to stop the clearing of wooded areas on commercial properties last year in March, it's my assumption that Shakopee still has a concern that needs to be addressed, that was addressed in March. And if you exempt commercial industrial from the tree management regulations, you're essentially lifting that moratorium and what it accomplished. So that's one thing I think the council needs to realize. And another thing is the idea that we can shift everything to the landscaping plan, or to the landscaping ordinance, and encourage people to save trees through tree credits. I think that's great if the developer and the builder are the same for a site. That might work, but a lot of times land's platted by a developer who won't receive any credit. I mean, they're not gonna have any replacement requirements, so why would they have any incentive to save any trees on that site? And if they clear everything, which seems to be, some developers may have the idea that it's a lot easier to sell that piece of land if it's graded flat and there's nothing on it, then even if that builder wanted to save some trees, he's not gonna have that option because they're already gone. So he's not gonna, that builder's not gonna be able to receive any credit on the landscaping side of things. Obviously, if they've been wiped clean by the developer, who there's no recourse for that, or that would give us no recourse if we exempted commercial industrial. So those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that the council is aware of.
Wouldn't they still have requirements under the landscaping plan?
Yep, they would still have requirements to put some sort of landscaping back on the site, but there wouldn't really be an incentive at all to keep any of the trees that are on the site. And I know.
Right, but in order to be in compliance with their final plat, if the landscaping plan showed X number of trees put back on the site, they would have to do that in order to be in compliance with their final plat.
But that is not tied at all to the trees that were on that site previously. So a site that is completely bare, a farm field, versus a completely wooded site are gonna have the exact same requirements in the landscaping requirements.
Guys are loose.
Which they should. I mean, why do we penalize a guy that's got a wooded spot versus the guy that's got a vacant field? I mean, they're gonna end up with the same thing. It's so much easier for the developer to go in, level grade the property, put their stuff, put their infrastructure in, put their building in, put their parking lot in, and then put things where they want them. You know, trees aren't gonna be where they want them all the time. Very seldom you're gonna find a tree in just the spot you need it. So I have a real problem with not allowing them to do what they need to, and then putting in something that, you know, we can back it up with that says, okay, we would need so many trees per acre or something like that. And I'd like to ask Jacob a question is, I saw you the other day checking on your little friends, your trees, and how many have we planted in the last couple of years in the city on boulevards and other properties?
Well, I'm coming up on my year counselor, so I can't speak for the previous years, but this last year, we planted about 150. I have, I guess, my department.
And I would think those could be taken into consideration for the trees we lose on some sites.
Just to give you an idea, Counselor, there are 4,000 trees on the TE connectivity site that were removed. So I mean, it's great that we're putting in 150 trees, but it's nothing compared to, you know, an entire woodland that's removed. And another thing that I think we should consider is it obviously takes a long time for a tree to grow to maturity, and that first couple of years requires a pretty significant amount of maintenance. If you preserve a tree on a site, you don't have to worry about establishing that tree. So it could end up costing the developer a lot less if they get credit, which they do get credit in the proposed woodland management ordinance. They do get credit to their landscaping. So that's not completely off the table. These two options are completely separate.
Councilor Lehman.
Do we have the ability to offset their landscaping plan requirements with existing? Okay, so now we're doing it kind of reverse. We're saying, okay, your landscaping requirement is gonna require 10 trees on this site. If you wanna keep 10 that are currently on there, you don't have 10 to put in your landscape plan.
And yes, Counselor, that's part of the proposed tree management regulations, is that they can receive up to 25% of the landscaping requirements for the gross building area, which is how it's calculated in the landscaping requirements. So this ordinance, if this ordinance is adopted and the new landscaping requirements are adopted, they work together. And yes, if there were trees on a site and some of them were saved, they would count towards their landscaping requirements, so it would reduce those requirements.
Okay, Mayor, the next problem that I have is when we zone property commercial, industrial, at least me, we're envisioning a TE connectivity going on that site or a Shutterfly or whatever, okay? And we know that there's gonna be something big on that site, and it's just what it is in that zoning. So if we are zoning properties that have lots of trees on them for commercial industrial uses, we're pretty much saying we're gonna lose some trees. Right from Jump Street. Because you can't have 4,000 trees on that site and that big building and their parking requirements and everything else. With that being said, 100 and some trees on TE Connectivity's site is too many. It just doesn't seem to fit. It looks like we're packing too many into one small area, and I would be concerned about their lifespan with their canopies over top each other in the next 20 years. Now, my next concern is, under the discussion portion on the front page of this, it basically comes down to two things we should consider. And the second one, what is the proper role of the city in managing the community's natural resources? The receipt I have for $250 a piece for 2 trees I put in my yard are not the community's, they're mine. I paid for them, I planted them, they're my trees, they're not the community's. So don't try to manage them as the city's resource. If you wanna manage the city's resource, that would fall into parks, city property, boulevards, these types of things. And I don't have a problem with the city managing that resource, which is truly their resource, but don't try to manage my personal property. And I say that under the last sentence of the 5th Amendment to the Constitution that says if you're gonna take my personal property for a community-wide benefit, it's gonna require just compensation, not a penalty. You're not gonna penalize me for taking my own property from me as a community good. So that's my 10 cents on how this impacts residential property.
Matt, it doesn't impact residential property.
It does. If you have 3 more trees on your property and you wanna cut them down, there's a tree replacement and fine and all this other stuff.
The landscaping
Yep.
ordinance requires trees to be planted with the house, but it does not, what we're talking about today does not apply to residential. Am I
You are 100%
correct? This does not apply
This
to
portion
residential.
doesn't.
Nope, this does not apply to residential. The natural resource corridor does not apply to residential, and the landscaping requirements do not apply to residential. Under a one
New
Under
development.
2.5
under
acres,
2.5
unless it's the initial
acres.
development.
And my same argument applies then.
Okay,
Those
Councilor
31.
Whiting.
That's kind of where I wanted to talk about it. It doesn't apply to residential, and I want to push back a little bit because I think it is the city's responsibility to manage how we present ourselves in a natural component and natural resources way. I think, you know, from an aspect of trees, keeping the building cooler, energy uses, I think these are all important things. I do want to stop using the TE connectivity site as an example, because that was a Christmas tree farm that had gone way out of control, and there was no way that that represented a natural woodland, even though it was a woodland. But it's not a good example for what we're trying to do here. You know, I thought a lot about the tree inventory thing, and if you're gonna do it, if we move ahead with this ordinance, you have to have the tree inventory component to it, because I don't understand how you could credit people without accounting for what you're giving them credit for. And, you know, we've hired Jacob to do this kind of stuff, so I don't have a problem with that at all. But I still want to talk a little bit more about how we can do something with that hold on that financial security to make sure that these trees live, and if we can do it in a different way, or you know, go after taxes later if they don't repair their trees that we're requiring. I don't know how we do that, but that money up front still bothers me. But I do think that the ordinance, and I was trying to push this a little bit the last time, the ordinance that we redone is better than the one we had. And I think that's the discussion I think we should be having.
Councilor Luce.
I would agree that the ordinance is considerably better than it was. The connectivity site, I give them credit, they did save the heritage oaks, and, you know, I'm positive they're gonna keep those.
No, I think, might be thinking of
That's
another.
a
Yeah.
different site, Counselor, just to
Yeah.
Just across the street.
clarification.
Okay, all right. Anyway, what was there, like Councilor Whiting said, was just an overgrowth. I mean, what was there could not be used for anything. And from what I'm seeing, what they're doing with the site, they have to raise it up in order to do any building. Those trees would have been buried anyway. So they had to do what they had to do, and we just have to move on. That site would never have been built on otherwise. You know, we couldn't use this ordinance against them. It just wouldn't work.
I just want to make one comment, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, is, I am not trying to say at all that should not be some tree removal allowed with development. And I think that's what I tried to address with allowing a certain percentage before there's any replacement, and setting that percentage at a realistic area that a development would actually take up, and talking with cities and saying, what's a replacement on some of your residential or commercial sites? And I said, very rarely we have a replacement. So that means if we're like other cities, very rarely we would need a financial security or require any replacement trees. So that is taken into account, that trees are going to have to be removed. And I agree that the T connectivity site is not a good example, because I don't know of any other sites that are like that in the area, so.
It's your turn, Kathy.
Okay, so, the one thing that, Jacob, that you explained too is part of this tree inventory with the significant trees. Could you explain that a little bit more for other members of council, because I know that you explained it to me, is that you can do an oversight of some of the trees and come up with an estimate versus inventorying every single tree.
So if there's a large wooded area on a piece of land that we either know is going to be cleared or is not going to be touched, in order to calculate that allowable removal percentage, because it's for commercial industrial, it's proposed that 60% of the total diameter inches on that site can be removed. Okay, if we know a huge portion of that site has no flexibility in saving any trees, then we can estimate the total diameter inches on a sample survey. So they can just go around and do plots. So they don't have to inventory every tree, they could just put in so many plots, and they wouldn't tag the tree in that situation. They would just set a certain area, and okay, they'd take the size and the species on this plot, take another plot, and then they could extrapolate that to figure out an entire estimated diameter inch for that site. So, and I don't want to make that sound like every site should be like that, because I really don't think so, because I think a tree inventory is essential to actually planning a site. If you want to preserve any of those trees, you want to know what trees are worth preserving and where they are exactly, so you can maybe shift your building this way a little bit in the design phase, or that way in a little bit. So I definitely think that there is a lot of value to doing a inventory of every significant tree, but there are certain situations where I think it just does not make sense. And
Councilor Whiting?
How many commercial industrial sites do we have, or do we foresee that are gonna need an extensive survey? There may be a couple.
That's where
but-
I was thinking
but
that
I don't-
that makes a difference
A
too.
day, an afternoon out counting trees on a site, I don't see it as, 3 weeks, because there's just not that many wooded lots out there, areas.
The last lot in Southbridge, maybe, the far east one.
But
Right.
Jacob doesn't do this, they have to hire it out.
Okay, I didn't realize that, okay.
Right, that gets hired out,
Okay,
by someone else.
so the survey, this overview survey would be hired out also?
that's correct. The developer or builder is required to give an inventory, just like they're required to give a site plan and things like that. So that is, I don't go out there and actually do the inventory counts there. I will,
Okay.
if we feel the need, maybe we'll go out there and check some of the trees, or just get an idea of what the site is actually like. But I'm not the one out there going and doing the inventory.
So it's another cost to the developers.
Yep, that's correct. It would be.
And that, Councilor Whiting, is my big hurdle of getting on board with this, because if we were not built out, and if we were, if we had, thousands of acres left to develop, especially on the commercial industrial side of things, I'm very much on board with this on the residential development side of things. Those costs can be 100% passed on, and that's really, easy to do on residential developments, and I think that's a good thing, because there is significant value to the end user by doing that, and it helps the community as a whole, and it works really well for everybody. So I'm very much on board with what has been written on the residential side. Where I have said many times where I get tripped up is on the commercial industrial side, where just what you said, that there aren't many places left where this will make a significant impact, and it adds what I view as a hurdle for economic development, where we're working at, that doesn't necessarily need to be that the city as a whole is not going to get much value or benefit out of enacting this on commercial industrial properties. And you're 100% correct that there's a massive hole in my logic here on the developer side of things, and so if we pass this with the exemption for commercial industrial, once it gets to a certain point, and I don't know where in the planning process that would be, that makes sense to turn it over from development to, or from original platting to end user side of things. I don't know where that is, or if that's possible, but in my mind, that's what I would like to see, is to keep what we've got written here in place up through the end user, and if the end user, so if you've got a developer who comes through, we don't want them to rip out all the trees. We simply don't want that to happen. But whoever the end user is with what is there, we want that to be as successful as possible. And so if we had, with as little hurdles as possible, which I think that we don't have a ton of sites left in the city that would need this level on the commercial industrial side of ordinance to enforce it. So exempt commercial industrial and then add on to the landscape, which would add an extra burden onto everybody throughout the city if we added on to landscape. But I think that in doing what I do for a living, our landscape requirements are not as good as they should be on the commercial industrial side for the end product that we want to see as a city. And I would like to beef that up, and therefore makes that more valuable to the end user, which, if they have existing trees on the property, makes it more financially equitable to maintain those trees and to keep them. That's where I would like to go. So it's kind of a combination of 2 and 3 in there, but I don't know where everybody is at and if that makes sense, or if Jacob's gonna kill me or not. That's always a possibility.
Assure you he won't do that.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Mayor, can we, is it possible to say that the city doesn't allow clear cutting of commercial industrial lots over a certain size without the express written permission of the city?
That's a good thought.
But I think there has to be some criteria to go along with that, Counselor. How are we gonna make the determination of, yes, you can, no, you can't, how much can you
Well, I think
cut
council
without
would
having?
decide that.
Well,
is
they
what I
would
think
come,
we're
they would come in and say, well, we're gonna put Microsoft right here, and we're gonna put this Seagate right next to it, and we say, yeah, you can do that. Submit your plat. Go ahead, clear cut it.
Jamie.
Councilor Lehman, with that, with any of these ordinance, our current ordinance, the proposed ordinance, or even, well, obviously not the third option if we exempt them, but any developer has that option now to come in to council and ask for variance to the ordinance. What the proposed ordinance allows them to do is to allow them to remove 60% without any replacement. So they would have no financial security, no replacement. If they want to go beyond that, there would be the replacement requirement, but they, at any time, with any of our ordinances, can come in front of council during that platting process, when you review those plats, and ask for a variance and say, this is why we feel we need to go beyond that 60%, and we are asking council to not require the tree replacement for this amount that we're going over. You have that option now to do that, but that proposed ordinance, gives that starting block of what they know they can work with, and then go beyond that. All of our reviews, our staff reviews, come to you in that resolution that you pass with any plat development. And in that, the tree replacement has always been addressed and what's required of them. So I just want to point that out. They have that option now, and this would even allow them more freedom to not have to come to you early. Right now, if they remove 3 trees, they have a replacement. So there's essentially a replacement right away. With this, it's just beyond that 60% that they could ask you for that.
One more comment on that, Mayor, is since I've been, the knowledge that I have on the planning process of developments is they want to have a pretty good idea of what's going to be expected of them before they actually apply. So I think that would be very difficult to have that in place before they apply. If when they apply it goes to you, and then I think it would be a lot of replanning in that situation if we didn't have some sort of criteria.
It's just a pie in the sky thing with me, but I'm looking at kind of a mutual respect, common sense thing here. Let's say we exempt commercial industrial altogether. And in that exemption, we say no clear cutting of the total site larger than X without written permission from the city. Now, they're exempt as commercial industrial. If they come in, they know what they're up against if they want to come in and develop it. But if they just wanna clear cut it because they're bored one weekend and drank too much or something, isn't that what we're trying to
That's what I do.
prevent? Isn't that what we're trying to prevent?
I don't know the history of that.
I don't think excessive drinking is what we're trying to prevent
Well, I
with
mean,
our tree replacement ordinance.
Why would somebody just clear cut a lot for no reason whatsoever?
Well, we've
There's
seen
always
it.
a reason.
Well, they did it out here because they wanted to farm it.
Well,
No.
That's what they said, and that's what they did. They moved all the rock out of there, they
Right.
tilled it under.
And that one doesn't really matter. To me, that one doesn't really matter a lot because there weren't high value things on there.
That's
the
the one that
Slyderman
sparked
property
the
is
political controversy.
nope. The Slyderman property is the one that started the political.
83 and 16?
Yeah, where
It's a
big
bluff.
oaks came down off the bluff and exposed to erosion, and it's something that shouldn't have happened. That would have provided value if it had stayed the way that it was.
They're somebody's trees, not the city's. Whoever owns the property bought the property with the trees on it. It's kinda like you saying that we're gonna manage your house. Well, we tried to do this in the historic preservation ordinance. We tried to say that this house, we're gonna deem it as a community's property, and we're gonna put the rules on it. That's not the community's property. Somebody owns that house and they own these trees, it's on their property. If we wanna manage these assets, the assets we need to be managing are truly our assets, the city's assets, not individuals' property.
I'd like to push back, because I think that tree-lined bluff was an asset to this community. Now, when that hill erodes into our storm sewers, all the silt and sand gets in and starts plugging things up because this hill eroded, that's a concern, that's an issue that is gonna start costing the city money. So these are things that we need to manage at some level.
And what happened to the tree bluff line that was, where the mattress place is and Lowe's is? We took it out for development, and there's a great big retaining wall there to prevent that from happening. So you need to tell me, which one do you want? Do you want commercial industrial on commercial industrial property? Or do you want natural space?
What I
Because
want-
we can go back to the plat map and say, everywhere there's a lot of trees, we're gonna zone that something other than commercial industrial.
What I want is for those trees to, if and when they need to come out for a reason, and for it to happen in a responsible, logical way. And if they're gonna come out, it has to happen. I mean, there's no issue with that whatsoever, but the way that the property at 1683 will develop is two different levels, and as it develops on two different levels, the way it is right now, having trees in there would be a major enhancement.
So why do you take them out?
Because it's easier to sell the property, and that's not our end goal, is just to sell the property. It's to have
Their
a,
end goal.
yeah, yeah.
Anybody here wanna buy a piece of property with a tree on it, or would you rather buy it without a tree on it? When I bought my house, it had trees, I love
Right.
trees.
Exactly.
Mine, I didn't.
All right, so where do we want to go with this? What do we want to have happen? So let's take the commercial industrial side of it first. What do we want to have happen with that? Do we want it to be as written, or do we want it to be exempted, or where do we want to go? Councilor Whiting.
Well, let's start talking percentages. I mean, if we went with option 2 and bumped the percentage, you said it was 60%, bumped it up to 75%, it gives them more to work with, or a number at least, so that some trees are preserved. Or at least they're managed, so they have to be replaced or attempted to be preserved.
One comment I have on that, Mayor, is, so we do have the green space requirements, or there can't be over a certain percentage of impervious surface on the site. So even on commercial sites, the majority of the commercial sites are 75%, heavy industrial is 85%, business park is 80%. That's the maximum allowable impervious surface. So there has to be a certain percentage of the site that, I'm not gonna say has to be left untouched, but they can't essentially develop it. So there's already a certain percent that could possibly be left preserved. And I think when we hear the number 60%, it's easy to think 60% of that site. Well, commercial industrial has to use over 60% of the site. I agree with that. But we really don't have any sites that are 100% wooded. So maybe we have woods in this little corner. You can remove 60% of that. So I just want to make sure that those are two things that I think can be easily confused. When you hear 60%, you think 60% of the site, and that's not true in most situations.
But on the same token, the percentage that is not gonna be developed, that you're talking about, doesn't necessarily mean it's not gonna be redeveloped. The Target complex up here with, Kohl's in it, okay? They pretty much, the whole area and even, you know, the outskirting area, and redid it. And put their grass in, put their drainage ways in, put their little trees up there that are gonna grow up and stuff. So even that other space was redone. Granted, that was easy because it didn't have no trees on it to begin with, because it was farmer field, but, we got to the end result thing. I'm thinking of the end plan,
It just pretty much says.
the landscape plan.
Got it.
Without sidewalks.
The 60% is not my issue. It's the process that's my issue. 'Cause I think that this would work. It would be great. It would do a really good job for what I personally would like to see happen with it, if it were just this ordinance in itself. But it's the entire process and all the different things that go along with the development process that I would like to reduce that to one thing when, and this is adding another layer to that, or not adding another layer. It's not reducing another layer, if that makes sense.
Well, it is streamlining an existing layer.
Right, but I think that's exactly my point, is I think that it could go a lot farther in streamlining that if we exempted the commercial industrial part and did the landscape. But if nobody agrees with me, then that's
I'm not too far away from you.
loose.
Yeah, I'm not that far away from you either. I just want to protect us from the bad developer.
Right.
You know, the majority of these guys, they've got a benefit to saving everything they can, because then they don't have to replace it. I would say if we could lighten up number 2 a little bit, you know, maybe go a little over 60% and a few other little tweaks, but then make it very simple for them to come to us as a council and ask for a variance. You know, if we see a company, say North Star Auto Auction, just for an example, they want to come in, but they need to remove, you know, look at the size of that place, look at the impervious surface. They don't fit anything of our guidelines now. They could never be built unless we gave them a variance. But do we not want to have a company like that in town? So I think we need to look at each individual case.
I guess I would prefer to have a strong ordinance that meets those needs than to do them on a variance basis.
Well, what I'm getting at though is, you know, use this as a basic guideline so they can come in and they've got some idea of where we're at. But with the knowledge that they can come in and say, you know, we need to tweak this a little bit, you know, and with a few little tweaks, you know, they're not gonna clear cut the place. They're just adjust a couple of numbers on trees or something.
So you're with just adopt number 2, adopt it as it is.
Not as it is, but very close.
But as it is, in my opinion, pretty great. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
if that's what you want to do, if that's the ordinance you want to do, it is written really, really well. And if that's the goal, then you should absolutely make a motion to adopt in my opinion, the tree management regulation as it is now. But if that's a different goal than what I'm going for, and I'm going for saving trees while reducing hurdles for commercial industrial development.
Right, I would like to reduce the hurdles is where I'm going, but I don't want the bad developer coming in and just destroying everything.
So Jamie and Jacob, is there a point where, to what I was saying earlier, where we adopt this as it is and exempt commercial industrial at X point, so that we eliminate the clear cutting the way it currently is right now, that we, the developers will, that the developers will need to maintain and save 60% of the existing trees. But when it's the end user, so we can get into creative design use and make sure to do it the right way that we want, to see it and have the opportunity to do that, that the end user piece is eliminated, because that's where really our economic development portion happens, is that end user piece and not as much on the developer side of things. Is there a possible switch that we could flip at that point? We're saying that after X, and maybe this is, I don't know if Michael's still around or not, but maybe that's a better Michael question, that after this point, after final plat or something like that, that commercial industrial is exempt and the incentives take.
So just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, so if, for an example, like the, I think it's United Properties on the corner of 4th and Shenandoah, they have graded their site, or they have removed most of the trees on that site. So let's say of the trees that were there, they removed 60% and they fell within that guidelines. That's where all those heritage oaks are still standing. They don't have an end user yet. So the developer had met the, let's just assume that the new ordinance is in place. So they met our new ordinance by not removing or keeping that 40% on there. But now they get a building that comes in that needs to take down 5 of those 10 trees that are standing, just basic. So now you have the end user who has, this I think where you're getting at is, if they save those trees, they get the credit towards landscaping. But if they have to remove those trees, because that may be something we have to address anyway, because the developer may be out of the picture, and we're not going to allow them to remove any more of that 60%. We haven't talked about the redevelopment of a site, that's where those landscaping things need to be beefed up, that if they can't save those. I mean, that does bring up a very good point, that the developer can do a certain amount, but once he sells and has an end user, that end user may change what that developer originally did. So.
Am I making any sense, or?
Yes, you are, and I may not be when I'm trying to explain it, but I think that's an area that, Jacob, do you see us needing to address, or that's where I see the landscaping being beefed up, because the end user then is going to be either getting those credits and has the opportunity to try to work around those trees that the developer left standing, or they can take those trees down and then have the higher landscaping requirement because they're making that choice to do so. But that's currently not particularly, that individual case is not addressed in landscaping because it doesn't break down the developer versus the end user. That's where the residential side of it does, and that's where that makes sense, is because the developer of a residential development has the certain percentage to come in and do all the infrastructure, the roads, the utilities, that sort of thing. But the end user is that builder who's building that house for that resident. And so they can go in and remove that building pan plus the 20 feet. So the end user is ultimately doing that. You know, they're not going in and adding more roads or stuff like that. In commercial industrial, it is really the kind of the same thing, is they're getting that site ready for then that end user to come in and have that.
So is that, are you telling me that's possible, or what?
Sounds like we have that.
No, is what she's saying. We don't have that. Councilor Lehman.
We have it in the residential side.
I think it's fair for this group to tell Jacob that we hired you on not to beat up on you, but because we knew we had a big task for somebody that you can handle.
Broad shoulders.
It's a very tough issue, and you're here to help us work through it. Okay.
And you're doing a good job.
So don't take it don't take it as beating up on you. It's just we're coming from a lot of different angles and a lot of different histories. Now, the option 2, where it says the appropriate warranty, we're gonna have to lay out what that warranty might be if we have a warranty. Okay? Just so that whatever we come back with, we should probably spell it out so it's clear to everybody, whether it's a 2-year, 1 year, whatever the deal is. On commercial industrial property, usually the developer is the company that's gonna put the structure up. Usually that company is before us with a plat of some sort. Okay? And when they come in with a plat, it's reviewed, and you have an idea of how the parcel's gonna be used. You know, what the footprint of the building's gonna be, some of these things, parking, accesses, open spaces. Am I wrong, Mark?
Sometimes, but I think what Jacob has said earlier is that when you have a developer coming in and doing a prospective development and there's no end user, the sort of thing that we had talked about in terms of the incentives to retain trees is lost. So I think that's kind of where we're struggling with a lot of major policy issues tonight. We have a desire to have economic development in the community, and we have a desire to save what trees there are, as many as we can. I think we're in agreement on that.
Yeah.
And one of us has the desire to recognize constitutional rights of individual landowners to have control over their own property.
You're the only one in the room. The
Which is
only one in the room.
unfortunate, because all of us took the same oath of office to
I was
uphold the
being
same
sarcastic,
constitutional
folks.
requirements. You took the same oath to uphold them constitutional rights of people, so.
Right. I interpret them differently than you do.
Yes, you do.
You know, and
It's
it's late, and I don't know that we want to design the ordinance tonight, but if we could just get some agreement on some common things, maybe we can go back and figure out what it is that might work for you.
Councilor Whiting.
I'd like to move one of these policies along, and then if we do want to come back to it and adjust it, I think we should do that. So I would make a motion to adopt option 2, the revised proposed tree management regulations as presented.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? All right, the motion dies for lack of a second. My question for council as well with that is this is workshop session tonight, so I'm not entirely comfortable with adopting major policies in a workshop night. We can give direction, and then put it on consent at the next meeting if that is definitely the direction where we want to go, but I'm uncomfortable with the format of workshops of adopting major policies at this meeting.
I agree.
So, but I would like to have clear direction for where we're going to go with this. I need to know from you guys, is what I talked about possible?
Can you restate it?
Of adopting this policy as it is, because again, I think it's a great policy, and up until the point we get to the commercial industrial end user. So if there's whoever is, and that end user may be the developer as well, but wherever we get to that when we know what building is going on to that property, it switches to the incentive based as opposed to the tree preservation ordinance, so that it gives maximum flexibility while incentivizing keeping those trees on there, because the end user has a lot more incentive to keep those trees on there than the developer or someone else at that point. Do we have ways within ordinance to make that happen, or is that not a possibility?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's the ability to
Do whatever we wanna do. You just need to know what it is we're asking of you.
Right.
Well, I think there's the possibility of maybe, I was gonna say adjusting the percentages that a developer could remove and then having a percentage for the builder, but I don't think that really addresses your two concerns, which I was gonna ask. Are your two major concerns the financial security and the tree inventory, or what are the major what you see as a burden for the developer or builder with this ordinance that we aren't gonna have if we put something into the landscape ordinance? Because I guess from my perspective, I just see it as shifting one responsibility from this ordinance to another ordinance. I don't think it's really changing the responsibility of that builder or developer, the way I see it, but maybe I'm not understanding it correctly.
Two things with that. Once it gets to the end user, in my mind, we are changing it from a disincentive for removing trees to an incentive for keeping trees. I think that that is a positive way to do it when you have the end user as an involved party at that point. The end user can't save and keep any 2-foot diameter oaks if they're not there anymore. So I think that having that incentive based is a good way to go. But more importantly, the second thing is that there are a ton of steps and a ton of things that have to be done every time we want to build a building, not just in this town, but in any town. And so there are a lot of things that have to happen. And one of my goals is to reduce those steps as much as humanly possible. And I look at this, if there's a way that we can get to the same goal, which I think you and I have the same goal of saving trees, but get at it a different way, I think that that is important by letting them choose how it's going to happen, and making sure that it makes sense for how it's going to happen, than to have us doing it at that point. And I think that by letting that end user make those decisions helps a lot on the economic development and the planning process piece in getting that done. That is my thing. Councilor Lehman.
I'm gonna try to say what he just said a little simpler. Maybe. Hopefully I got where he's going. What would happen if we had a commercial industrial policy that said, right up front, it explains that what a significant tree is, just like you have here. Exceptional tree, 4 inches diameter, these kind. Common tree, 6 inches diameter, these kind. High priority tree, exceptional tree, 15 inches or larger, these kind. So we put commercial industrial is exempt, and then the very first paragraph, we tell them a significant tree is these. Any currently on the site may be used for credit toward your landscaping plan and design. Maybe. So now, the owner of the property, who may decide to clear cut it, is gonna say, whoever I might sell this to might benefit by not doing this, and they might be able to get a benefit out of these. And they sell it to whoever, and that person that buys it, that wants to develop it, hires a builder, and this developer is looking at this going, I might be able to, let me show this to the builder guy. We might be able to use these trees over here in your landscape plan. Okay, and try to pull these people together to utilize what they can. And maybe they can't, but if they can't, with what they're visioning for the big box on the site, they already know that there's they could use it as an incentive on their landscape plan, but if what they're envisioning to put there doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then we're still not stopping them from pursuing what they're planning by penalizing them. Am I hitting it?
I don't think that was the same thing.
Okay,
Oh,
what
no,
did I
I think it
miss?
was.
Oh, no, I think
yeah,
it was.
the same thing. Look
Same
at us
thing,
being in
different word.
agreement. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that what you said was any simpler than the way I said it. Well,
There's a lot less words.
Okay, let's put it this way. If you could put that into a regulation, what he said, if you
Yeah.
understood it, I would go 100% along with it.
How's it different from what you proposed?
I don't think it does differ that much from what I'm proposing. And another thing I want to comment on is when people are talking, when developers and builders are talking, how the site layout's going to be, or maybe not how the site layout's going to be, but maybe who's going to buy what property, I really have a doubt that landscaping is going to be a topic of discussion whatsoever. I think that has proven to be the last thought for a builder and developer time and time again. So I think again that works well in theory, but I don't think it's I don't think it's gonna accomplish what we wanna accomplish.
Well, what is it do we want to accomplish in your mind?
like the mayor said, is preserve as many trees as realistic without putting a large burden on the developer. I mean, I don't want one person to think that I'm against economic development. I don't want to see this community grow, because I definitely do. But I think that it can be done more responsibly than it maybe currently is. So,
Oh, I lost my thought. Oh, it's 10:30. Just kidding. Well, but I think what we're saying is we want the end developer to maybe have that thought process, even though you say that they probably won't. What we're saying is we'd like them to. We'd like them to have that thought.
And maybe if it's in the ordinance, they might think
Then
about it.
they're
a
having
little.
that conversation, they're having that.
Ms. Polly.
Would it work if, I mean, we do already have in our landscaping ordinance where it states that any replacement trees or trees saved, well, it says two things. Any trees saved on the site will count towards your replacement trees up, or your your landscaping requirements up to 25%. And then it also counts for any replacement trees that you have to plant on the site, also count towards your landscaping, so we're not double dipping. So it says that in our landscaping. Do we need one clear line in here, maybe under the allowable tree removal, item 3, where it's standards for commercial industrial site development, that says very clearly, any trees saved on this site, as stated in ordinance subdivision 8, which is landscaping, will count towards credit to your landscaping requirements up to 25%, and really just reiterate it.
It could be 100%, couldn't it?
And that's a discussion for, I guess, the landscaping ordinance.
But if they
But-
meet the landscaping requirements by saving all the trees on the site, they could meet it 100%.
The problem with that is the fact of that if all the trees are in the backloading dock, then we don't have any trees out on the street.
Right, I
or something
understand.
like that. And there's things, so
But that's the incentive of the thought process.
so does everybody understand where Councilor Lehman and I are in 100% agreement?
Well, let me,
Notice how I throw that one in there. Councilor Whiting.
let me question this, because I heard it differently, and I thought you wanted a disconnect between the developer and the builder. So the developer was more required to maintain this, and the builder, the end user, could decide, you know, what incentives he wanted or needed. Now,
Right.
what I had heard you is that the developer and the builder were working together, and that
No.
the developer had this right. So
No.
that's where I heard it differently.
What I'm saying is, if you take his thought process on where we're going and mine, they're not different. I'm looking at it from, I'm the property owner. If I read the ordinance and it says X, Y, and Z, and I know what it is, and I'm gonna sell the property to you, I might say, hey, look, you might benefit from this with what you do with the property you're buying from me, okay? Now, whether you care about that is another story. But at least I, as a property owner selling it to you, I might show you that, and you might benefit from that. And if you don't, you might show that to the next user, because every one of them could get a benefit out of it.
I'm
And
gonna
if-
agree
and
with
if they
Jacob,
don't-
but that's the last
If they
thought.
don't get the benefit out of it, and they all throw it away out the window and say they wanna clear cut it, I made that decision when I voted to zone it commercial industrial, that's a possibility, and I'm gonna get them in the end result, when they're all done developing that property. And I'm not maliciously gonna get them, I'm gonna respectfully get an end product that matches the community responsibly, with certain, landscaping requirements that any community would require.
All right, so you just want to beef up the landscape requirements and exempt commercial industrial completely
I'd like to have.
from the tree replacements.
I would like to have our policy on the exemption for commercial industrial to incentivize saving what's existing there to be used toward their.
Which it already does. Which it already does that. So do you think that it needs to have? I think that I agree with Jacob completely that on the developer side, that's one of the last things that's on their mind. That once it gets to the end user, which may be the developer or maybe someone else entirely, that we want to give them the opportunity to save those trees by having those landscape requirements. So would you be okay with, on the developer side, having the tree replacement ordinance be enacted on that side, but once it gets to the end user portion, that it is, that is when it's exempted.
I almost think the two need to be consolidated together on commercial industrial. Because otherwise you got a tree preservation ordinance that exempts them.
Mm-hmm.
They clear cut it, they develop something, and then they come back on the landscaping requirement and put in the minimum requirements.
Well, let's take Dean Lakes, which you were extremely
Yep.
invested in, because the tree preservation ordinance went into effect. A lot of those trees around Dean Lakes was saved by, which I think we can all say is a benefit to the community. Is that
Well, there's a land shore overlay district out there around Dean Lake that protected a lot of that.
and so, but with that, if we went with the way you said from the start that commercial industrial was exempted, that wouldn't have entirely happened. Is that
I think the
true,
shore-
or am I
the
using a bad
the
example?
the shoreland overlay would have still exempted the stuff around the lake.
Right, but there's a lot of wooded area on that development that's not in that shoreline area. Like, I know TriStar has a whole bunch of trees that are on TriStar's property itself that would have been removed using your plan.
And I'm okay with that because when you watch how that whole property developed,
Mm-hmm.
massive infrastructure went into that property.
Right?
It really can't be done. You really can't weave, I mean, there's a lot of.
But they were saved for the end user. So TriStar sees a huge value in having those trees on that property.
Yep, and TriStar's gonna have to take a lot of them down to build.
Nope, they don't have to take any down.
They're.
Nope, they're all
pretty
there.
Big building is gonna go here and no trees there.
They're all on the edge, so they
They're all on
shouldn't
the
have
edge,
to touch them.
which under your plan would be they could have come through and just pulled them all out.
The.
So that's why I'm saying only
Yep.
exempt the end user, so that we maximize all those opportunities to save the trees.
Well, I think you wanna maximize the opportunities to utilize the trees, but, it's not a requirement. As long, my end result is still gonna be achieved through the landscaping requirement.
Okay, what do you want to do before you fall asleep over here?
I think that there's that agreement about, it's just deciding, is it the end user or in the beginning, but I kind of like making them together a little bit so that they flow rather than making them separate.
And how do we? But I agree. But how do we do
I
that?
know.
You give it to a
Okay.
professional guy over here.
I know,
and
that's-
Figure it out.
Is it loose?
Because my head hurts.
I didn't put my hand up.
I didn't. I know. I'm just trying.
No,
to get,
I agree that we need a combination of both. We don't need two separate deals. We need it to read fluidly so they know that, you know, you take this bare piece of property and this is what we hope it looks like, and how you get there is up to you.
But I agree with Jacob. The developer is not going to save trees unless we require it. Jamie.
Is what I suggested earlier, is that any sort of a constellation would do anything to put that landscaping wordage or verbiage into this ordinance to actually make it very clear that in your landscaping requirement that you are going to be providing to the city, you will get credit based on if you save any trees. And what that percentage is something that can be discussed with the landscaping requirements, but either way, they will tie together just to make it very clear to them that you get the with the new ordinance, you get the 60%, but remember, if you save any trees on the site, that credits you towards your landscaping requirements.
So you're saying adopt the ordinance as it is.
But add that verbiage from the landscaping right into that commercial industrial section.
Okay. That doesn't get me there. Jacob?
One other comment I had is, it seems like a few of the council members said that they'd like to see one ordinance versus two. I mean, I think that would add to the burden of reading through an ordinance that might not apply to you to pick out pieces that you want. If a commercial industrial property doesn't have any trees on it, they don't really have a reason to know all the tree preservation ordinance. They just need to know what their landscaping requirements are. So I think that's one of the benefits of having two different ordinances.
Okay, but that's why we need to keep the tree preservation ordinance very simple and short, and that's why we need and I like your idea of putting the wordage in that any tree saved, can be used toward your, landscape plan.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, but then in the landscape plan, the very first sentence should say, under the tree preservation ordinance, are there any credits due to you?
We can definitely do that, Counselor.
Because now they're looking at the
Right.
landscape plan saying, "Duh, I should have saved that tree."
Right.
You know?
Because
Well,
I
it's
think
also-
that it's that flow.
It's also the process of when they come through with the Development Review Committee and the DRC of saying that, understand, this is where we're at, and really tightening that process up to give it, and so I think that you guys can do that.
We
But-
work, yeah, right now we work very closely with all the developers before they bring their applications in to walk them through what these regulations are. I mean, very rarely does a developer, well, in my history here, in the 7 years I've been here, I've never had a developer just take our ordinance and not ask any questions for it. So it is something that we can try to make very clear to them that, you know, this is an ordinance, we'd like you to develop, we want to make it as easy as possible, and here is, you know, an incentive, you're going to have a landscaping requirement, or it's from you or your end user, and this is how you can get credits towards your landscaping requirement if you say, you know, working with this ordinance, if there's trees on the site.
And this is probably geared at Jacob, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Could a higher percentage of credit toward the landscape be applied for your high priority trees and a lower percentage for your exceptional, if I'm reading that correctly?
If you,
Yep, that's true, Counselor.
Okay.
There are a higher number of credits that are given for.
That's already in there.
Yes.
Okay.
it's on
Okay.
page 3 of that ordinance.
Counselor-
I would like to see Jacob take it back and try and do just what we said, put that one sentence basically in there with number 2 and bring it back. I think that would be, in my book, pretty favorable. It spells everything out pretty darn close to exactly what we want, and it makes it simpler for the developer.
Well, if that's the
what
case, we
my-
should just adopt the ordinance to.
Except
That was
it's-
my point. I know.
It's a
Hey, we
workshop,
should say-
and I think.
You're right.
Mayor, I think the majority of us were actually looking at 3 with some changes, not 2.
Right. That's where I am.
Yeah, that's where I am too.
And so the changes to 2 would be.
To 3.
To 3, thank you, would be, and stop me when I go wrong, but the changes to 3 that we would like, that a majority of council would like to see would be, exempting commercial industrial from the tree preservation. I gotta get their names correct, sorry. From tree management regulations. Is that correct? And so we don't want to see that started at any point, you just want to cross the board exempt commercial industrial.
With the sentence added.
Right.
Well, the sentence added
The
to the
sentence would go
landscape.
away, because, can I just clarify something really quick, because I think we just talked about something that now we're in completely opposite
Right.
direction. If the commercial industrial goes away, the whole section that I said to add that in would go away. So there'd be no point in adding that to the ordinance, because commercial industrial wouldn't need to know it. They
No.
don't have to look at that.
No, because I think it's important that if you have a tree management policy for commercial industrial that says trees currently on site can be used toward credit for your landscape plan on development of the property, that in itself sparks the mind of what can I save putting this box here to get credit? And it
But if a
starts-
commercial industrial developer knows they're exempt from this policy, why would they even look at it?
They're back to clear cutting.
Because if they can apply what they don't clear cut to the end of the process,
But that's in that landscaping ordinance that they will read already.
right? So do they wanna
So they're not gonna.
abide 100% by the landscape requirements? Or do they wanna have credit for some
Well,
of
that credit is in the landscaping ordinance.
Now if they cut them all down, there is no credit.
Exactly.
Question is,
Right, that's the issue.
is there going to be enough value to the developer to want to save all the trees he can, thinking that he's going to be able to obtain more as a sales price to the end user? And I guess that's, you know, I don't
Right.
know what the value of, you know, the 10 Heritage Oaks would be if they needed to replace those. That's, when you're looking at $200,000 an acre for
They need to
development, is that
know
gonna be enough?
upfront.
Could you be on board with it only applying to the end user, with the exemption only applying to the end user? I mean, is that a compromise that we could make, that the developer needs to abide by this ordinance, and then the end user is exempt, and the landscaping requirements will still be beefed up, and they get those credits at that time?
The end user is exempt. Whoever puts the building on it,
Yes.
okay?
So they have the opportunity to save those trees.
Well, it's, if you're gonna exempt commercial industrial property, you're gonna have to do it for the property owner. You're gonna have to do it for everybody.
And if
the
they're
same.
the end user, then yeah, absolutely.
You have
Then
to
they
do
are.
it for everybody the same.
And I'm not trying to classify the two differently. I'm just saying as to when it gets to a certain point in the process.
Plating.
And I don't know what that point is. Whatever the point that makes the most sense from the decisions to be made to save trees. Because I agree with Jamie and Jacob completely that the developer is not going to work as hard as the end user would to attempt to save trees on the property. But the end user absolutely will, and they'll be the ones that will be paying those landscape fee, paying to get the landscape installed, who will see that direct benefit.
I think the incentive should be shown to everybody that touches that property, whether it's the owner, the developer, the end
Agreed.
user. I think they should all have access to that knowledge.
Absolutely. I don't disagree with that whatsoever. But could you be on board with finding a point in there for the, instead of having it exempted through the entire process, finding a point in there for,
I don't know how you can exempt the end user and not the landowner.
Well, isn't the end user gonna be the landowner?
In the end, it is.
Yeah.
Unless they're leasing.
are you understanding what I'm saying? Okay. Well, I think that we're,
Okay,
Mark?
this is what I have. You'd be looking at adopting option 3, but with the exempting the end user of commercial industrial from tree management regulations, and they'd be given credit at the time of development
Toward the landscape plan.
towards the landscape plan.
Is there a correction of that to option 2 with exemption of commercial industrial?
Yeah, that's what I'm,
Yeah.
Yeah, 2, because 3 basically would exempt everything, so it'd be 2.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
three would be
Yes,
back to
ma'am.
clear cutting.
Ms. Mayor, from what I'm hearing though, is you're not really saying to exempt commercial industrial. You're saying that the developer, a commercial industrial developer, would still be required by this ordinance to
Maintain at least
maintain
60%.
40% of,
Maintain 40, yep.
yeah, maintain 40% of that DBH. But then when the end user came in, if they had a different plan for that site than what is currently there by the developer, then they would be exempt from, not being able to remove those 40%, that they could, but they would have the landscaping requirements and the credits at that point.
Yes.
Loss of credits.
This is gonna get extremely complicated.
I think one other thing that should be thought about is, okay, if we're making the developer do an inventory, I assume, if we're making him abide by that allowable removal percentage, that inventory is good for 2 years. And this is one of the things that I put in for the residential side of things, was they're required to give that survey to the city, so then we could hopefully help the next user out and say, we actually have an inventory for this property already. Here you go. Here's the digital file. So that wouldn't be any more of a burden. It would just help in their site development. So we wouldn't, I don't think it would be that big of a burden just to go with what's proposed right now.
I appreciate that. I think it's clear that that's not going to happen that way.
Can I ask one more question, Ms. Mayor?
Yes.
So, I just want to make sure, because I'm trying to grasp what you were asking for us as staff. What I'm hearing though is, because right now our current ordinance does not address, it addresses the developer. That's it. It says 40%. So essentially, it is saying that whoever comes into that piece of property can't remove any more than that, than what's already been removed. We don't address that right now in our ordinance, in the current ordinance that's being proposed to you. That's a sentence that needs to be added in there that will say, kind of like the residential is, that if you have the developer and you have the builder. Well, it may be the same case in commercial industrial. So it's the developer and the end user, if it's not known at the time of development, that they are then exempt from the landscaping requirements. They won't be required to do another survey that's out there. I mean, we would have it. But let's say this grove of trees on the east side was saved. Well, that building needs to go there now. They could be exempt from that ordinance, but that's where the landscaping requirements, because they're the end user, they have landscaping requirements they have to abide by, they would get those credits. So really, it is the ordinance we're proposing, but we have to add that section in there that says if the end user is different than the developer, you know, they can remove trees in excess of that 60%.
Well, if that were the case, then TE connectivity wouldn't be.
We had put an exemption in there for that property.
Well, but no, that wouldn't have been applicable to the ordinance then, right? Am I hearing you correctly with that? Because TE connectivity, the end user of that property, so the builder, as it were, was not the developer.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, so essentially the developer would have gone in and have to save 40% of those trees.
Right.
The way that you're saying is that now the TE connectivity, when they come in, they could essentially remove all those, the 40% that's left, but their landscaping requirements would be beefed up, but they had that opportunity to save those trees based on the fact that they could get credit for their landscaping requirement, but now they have to put in the landscaping.
That's
But
exactly
the
what I'm
developer
saying.
did their job by fitting in that 60%, or taking out that 60%.
But if the developer came in and clear cut it and didn't care about the end user, and now the end user is still gonna be stuck with the landscape requirements, and the developer taking out more than the 40% would be paying all the penalties and so on and so forth, going against the economic incentive.
Well, in cases right now, that's where the developer does work with the end user, because they're the ones putting in the replacement trees.
Which is what I was saying before, when you make it so that all involved through the chain are on the same page. I would go with 3, I would exempt commercial industrial property, and that's just me. I've decided when I voted to zone this property that a big box is gonna be there, and there's gonna be an end-use landscape plan on that. If they wanna clear cut it, fine, put your big box up, put your parking lots in, here's where your grass is going, here's where your trees are going, here's where your trails are going.
So, could you bring us options? One being that option 3 that is completely exempting commercial industrial properties. Second being that is exempting commercial industrial properties at a certain point, like you were talking about, Jamie. I don't know, again, where that point is, but somewhere in there. I think that if we have a couple options as to where that could go, we'll get something done.
And both of them options need to have the incentive of the various different kind of trees for their percentage toward their landscape credit, right?
Absolutely, which is already in the landscape ordinance, and that it.
Well, it'd be in a tree
rules.
preservation and tell them
And
that up front.
It flows, absolutely.
Yep.
Was that clearish?
I believe so.
It's close enough to try again.
It's
Clear as mud.
All right, so we need a motion to table 8A, 8B, 8C to the May 20th meeting, please.
Before we do that, I have a question, because a table ain't no discussion. On the residential tree preservation regulations, if I'm reading this correct, it is, if a building takes place on a parcel with a significant tree and a building permit, then it has to have a tree preservation plan, correct?
I know exactly what you're referring to, Counselor, and I thought about putting in the entire stipulation of 2.5 acres, but everyone was saying we need this document to be as short as possible.
Yep.
and I didn't want someone to get the wrong impression that,
I got the wrong impression.
okay. Well, that would probably direct you to the first paragraph in the ordinance that is applicability, and it would address your homeowner concern that,
So a guy's putting a garage up in Old Shakopee.
yep, and there is no requirement, if after the initial dwelling is put on that site, if that homeowner wants to clear every single tree on that site, as far as this ordinance is concerned,
Other than
we have no,
City-owned trees.
other than city-owned trees, on their public or privately managed property, we have
I was
nothing
reading
to
it
say
as
about
if
it.
you pull a building permit, you're required under the,
No. The current tree management regulation you are, but we changed that in that proposed.
All right, do we have, motion, Counselor Lane?
motion to table items, 8A, 8A, 8B, and 8C till
May 20th.
May 20th.
Second.
Second by Counselor Mokel, all those in favor?
Mr. Mayor.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously, yes, ma'am.
I think though that we don't I still as staff don't have any direction on I mean, I don't do the landscaping required as much, that's what Jacob would be, but as far as incentives and making that stricter, we didn't discuss it at the last meeting, and now we're not discussing it here, so we as staff do not have direction on how much more you would like that to be increased.
I think we'll bring back some options is what I heard. If it's 60% now, it may be 75, it might be.
That's the tree preservation, that's not the landscaping
Right.
ordinance.
Right.
The landscape for, more shrubs or more native area or more trees, however that looks. Counselor Luce?
I think we need to get this one done and then move on to that one. That's gonna be another all-nighter, because
I don't think it should be, because, I mean, we're not all,
Well,
Jacob?
I have one more question, Mayor, and that is, it still seems to me that we're just shifting the responsibility from one ordinance to the other, and I'm just having a tough time realizing what it's really accomplishing as far as making it easier or, removing a step for a developer builder. I don't really, I have an idea of what you want to accomplish, and to me, it doesn't seem like what's proposed right now that we come back with really addresses your concerns.
I don't wanna be a jerk about it, but to me it does.
it does to me too, and I'll give you
And
a brief, how I see this going. If I was a developer and I came into Shakopee with my commercial industrial
It has been
property,
tabled.
it's staff ask for direction. I wanna read it, and I wanna know right away that if I save some trees on this property, they can be applied toward my credit on my landscape plan, okay? I wanna know that right away, and I wanna be able to decide as a developer if I'm gonna do that or not. And if I'm not gonna do that, I know up front that when I get to the landscape plan, I'm gonna have to make it up. So now I have a choice. Do I utilize what's here to my benefit? Because if I can't use it to my benefit, I'm gonna have to put it somewhere else out of my pocket. So I have to decide how my building is gonna lay out here to either utilize what's there, or I can't make what's there work with the site. And I'm gonna end up replacing it out of my pocket at the end, to make the total new end result site the equivalent of what was there. That's how I see it. Does that help?
It doesn't.
shifting,
I
yeah.
understand that it doesn't
Yeah.
help, but that's where we're going.
And you're right,
Continue
I do
discussion.
not need, I don't need to know why, I just need to know.
You do need to know why, but we're not gonna get there at 11 o'clock at night.
That's fine.
You might not agree with it.
No, I'm not saying I don't agree with that. That wasn't, yeah, it's tabled, we can discuss this
All
later.
right.
I don't wanna.
We're gonna move on to 8D, real quick here. And I'm gonna ask if anyone has any major concerns or issues with 8D.
One I wanted added.
Okay.
that I didn't see in here that I thought would fit really nicely. And I didn't see engineering on here anywhere, so I put it under Public Works just because that's kind of their area. But it's really engineering. The cured in place sewer line project.
Mr. Mayor and council, these are items that are over and above what we'd normally be doing.
Okay, and this is something that's already doing.
Exactly the same, yep.
Okay.
So,
All right, do we have a motion?
I don't even know that we need to.
Do we need a motion?
We need a
adopt it.
motion to accept, yes.
I'll accept the
Alright.
6-month work plan. Make a motion.
Do we have a second?
I have a problem here.
We need a second first.
Second,
Second by Councilor Lehman. Councilor Lehman.
initiate the extension of municipal services to the south and west.
Should be initiate discussion.
Well, it's the planning part I'm good with, and the discussion is fine, but the extension of the services is a whole separate thing out of our jurisdiction. Some of the services, water and electricity.
Correct. All we're looking at doing, Counselor, is just to get that discussion going. We've been waiting for the township to get done with their study. We understand that that's complete somewhere, but this is something that if we don't get talking about it, we're never gonna be able to get utilities extended out there, so.
And same with the agricultural bee chicken ordinance, it's research and discuss, not necessarily draft. We gotta discuss it first and see what we come up with.
We can certainly make that change.
So it's just kind of little technicalities here and there. Understanding that there's little technicality wording things, and I'm good with it.
Right. And understanding that research and discussion has already happened at a council level for those, but
Chickens
not
and
with
bees?
these, yeah.
I missed that one. Must've been sick that night.
Must have been. All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 9, adjourned to May 20th, 2014 at 7 PM.
I make a motion to adjourn to May 20th, 2014 at 7 PM.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Whiting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We're adjourned at 11:05.